Present.
Present. Bring me back to elementary school now.
Did you actually say that?
Yep, when you had to say if you were here when the supply teacher called out your name.
Yeah, you see it there. That you never.
Present.
I've never heard the word
Present.
present.
Some
that was
elementary school now.
Yeah, that was
Did you
totally a
actually say
thing that
that?
happened in at least some of my
Yep,
schools.
when you had to say if you were here when the supply teacher called out your name.
But
Yeah, you
okay,
see it
so
there,
we
that you
last
never- I
left
never-
off
I never
with
heard the word
a
present.
ankle-deep lake
Some
of blood and
elementary school now.
Yeah, that was totally a
Cystal
thing that happened in at least some of my
sloshing about your
schools.
ankles. We last left off with
We surely did make a mess.
and the last remaining bits of the security force that had come to try and dislodge you from the reservoir chamber.
Dislodge is a good
We're-
word in this situation.
Yeah, we're tucked just around the corner, reduced to one scared planetary defenseman and a pair of mad psychers.
That's right, though. That wall got taken out.
I believe it did.
Yes, it did.
Although
That
there's
is
still
a
fog
thing.
of war there.
Yeah, I'll take care of that. Okay, no more fog of war.
Yay!
Okay, yes. I have no idea where the captain is. Oh, there
Way
she
back
is.
here,
Behind the yeah.
There she is. There she
with
is.
no longer any cover at all.
Get up
Well,
here, Captain.
Well, conveniently, it's your turn, apparently. If the turn order is to be believed. I trust
I
it.
can believe.
It seems like a stand-up guy.
Well, in game chat, it would indicate that Zephyr went last.
Oh, yes, that would be correct.
I did terribly.
In which case, it appears that Malcolm gets to actually try to use his fancy new doodle.
Yay, Doodle.
Is it a magnadoodle?
Oh, I'm sure it'll draw lines on people.
That's all I can hope for.
Oh, I didn't write down all of the shit for it. There's a lot of shit involved in his gun.
Damn, has he got a cool gun?
He got a lot of cool bullets for it. I forget what
Oh.
kind of bullets, but they were cool. I'm pretty sure they set people on fire.
That's pretty cool.
Well, opposite of cool.
I enjoyed that pun. A+.
Yeah, that works for me.
Is there any
Oh,
chance that there are bullets that set people on cold?
maybe. There's psychic powers that do that.
Inferno shells, would it be them?
Oh, I was thinking of dragon fire shells, which actually that's what Schwarzwald uses. They're basically they're bolt rounds that give every shot blast 2.
Oh, that's pretty good.
And anyone hit by them has to roll or catch fire.
Jesus, wait, which book is that in?
Yeah, holy shit, man. That's intense.
I think they're in Faith and Coin, because they're like an ecclesiarchy thing, just like his pistol.
Alright. It's fine where I have a link to all the books, but I can't remember where the link is.
Religious people get all the cool things in this game.
Yeah, that's because the religious people are the ones who are setting people on fire and murdering people. So obviously they have great tools for setting people on fire and murdering them.
I
Yeah, I can
thought
buy
everybody
that.
was setting people on fire and murdering them.
Well, that's true, but, it's like there's levels.
So you're saying it's like a parfait.
A murder and genocide parfait, yes. Whatever it was, the bullets make his gun unstable and overheats. cannot remember why.
Maybe because they set people on fire from 2 tiles away?
I know they give him pen 7 on a bolt gun. Also can't remember why.
Is this
Pen
like
9?
unique? This is ridiculous.
But yeah, okay. Let's see if he actually successfully hits someone with his nice little carbine. And it is still a carbine. Bolt carbines exist. I found that. I was pretty sure that it is.
Bolt carbine.
Can
What,
I-
you mean just like a normal rifle? Isn't that what I'm using?
And absolutely abysmal. Unfortunately, his bullets do not explode, unlike Schwarzwald's.
I feel like we should be getting more of a cut of this heist, given how bad they've been doing.
Yeah, they really haven't been pulling their weight.
Yeah, can we just
Like-
say yeah? No, we get all the loot now.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Blood
problem
Gunner
is,
was like...
as soon as we
Blood
try
Gunner
that
was
is
out
when
of
they
the...
start... I was gonna say,
What?
as soon as we try that is when they start rolling ones.
So are we planning to betray Schwarzwald before he can betray us? Is that the plan now?
To be fair, he's kind of already betraying us with how dismal he's rolled.
He's not actually betraying us, but the quality of his shots are.
Underperforming to contract.
Also, I'm pretty sure he just skipped to Denev because I'm pretty sure I'm still on the ship because I got shot down and I'm all salty about it.
Yes.
And,
Well,
like,
I was more wondering if you were still drifting down on a parachute or if you had been teleported up.
I thought you was up already.
I think I might be on the ship, but not here, and I'm okay with that. They can kill these dudes fine.
Oh,
I was gonna go back out in an interceptor. I think
Yeah,
was,
yeah.
was the last plan because I wanted a salty run back.
Right, yeah.
But if they're doing fine, there's no reason to.
Yeah. Okay, so Denev,
Alright.
the last remaining shreds of these guys. But 2 of them are psychers, which is potentially dangerous.
Yeah, so I'm gonna hope that everyone else can take care of the other psyker and whatnot, and I'm gonna try to hold one of them. Because I don't need 2 sets of psyker energy coming at us.
Is there a range restriction on that? I'm sure they're well within it.
Good question. Where the
The
heck?
furthest one is 9 meters away. I can't imagine your range is
I would assume
less.
it would be at least my,
Held in my gaze, right?
yeah, that should be at least within my willpower.
5 meters per point of their perception bonus.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, you're totally good. So yes, held in my gaze, that guy. That is a post willpower, correct?
Yes.
Fantastic. Roll that.
Where is
Yeah.
the palace? Wow.
Fuck
Where's
him.
the palace going to be? Like, where are we going to keep it?
You
We're
are
just
planning
gonna
to
hook on
warp
the
off
map.
with it.
Are we going to like tow it, or do we have space
Yes.
to? I'm just going to tow it.
Yep.
Our
the
ship's
plan
a
is-
towing ship.
Yeah, your ship is towing it because your ship is bigger.
Can you tow things through the warp?
That is why you just installed Geller Field and a warp drive in this thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll take you on that.
Okay, yeah, they are completely incapable of getting enough degrees of success to match that. So yeah, who is the unlucky gentleman who is paralyzed and unable or just very difficult to use psychic powers? Either way, who's the unlucky gentleman?
Let's go with the closest one.
Closest one, okay.
So everyone take care of the other ones.
And Gaius, were you out of bullets last we checked?
Yes, I was. So I should probably reload them.
Did you have any other gun? I can't recall if you did.
Oh yeah, I pulled out the second one. My hell gun.
Oh, yes.
I got some pretty cool pistols. Right, Hellgun's actually a basic. Oh, never mind. Basic weapon.
I think there's a Hell pistol, but yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
And I think that's a 1d10 plus 4.
Yep, 7 pen.
Yeah, it's basically just a super overcharged las gun.
So try to
Sounds
shoot
like
the
it's
thing
like,
that's still going to try to shoot at us.
The storm. What are they called? Storm soldiers.
Stormtroopers, inquisitorial stormtroopers.
Yeah, it sounds like the kind of thing they would use. Just
That is
from
the exact thing they use.
that'd be right then. Yeah, I remember seeing it on Retribution.
Yeah, Hell guns, aka hotshot las guns.
Yes.
But yeah, so roll that thing for the Hell gun. Does it have burst fire? You're looking at it, Josh.
I don't think it has burst fire.
It's semi-auto. It's got semi-auto 3.
Okay, so it can do a burst.
Yeah. Seven pen for a las gun is pretty ridiculous.
That's why its ammo is half a regular las guns.
Yeah, but 30, that's still 10 rounds worth of semi-auto fire. Although it is 210 reload.
There is also a backpack.
Oh, really?
Yes. But yeah, so roll that attack. Either a burst or a single fire.
I think I'm going to go with the single fire. Play it safe.
Single fire. Who are you hitting? The unbound psyker, the bound psyker, or the
scared?
Not the bound one.
They're both just plus 10. There's literally no difference between the half turn aim, one shot, and the semi-auto.
Not the ones that I'm not distracting.
All right, let's try this roll. Okay, that's not a hit.
What's your ballistic skill?
Is it under ballistics? Yeah, my ballistic skill is 46.
46? Okay. You're getting at least a plus 10 for the distance, but I don't think...
No, you're like 2 under.
Okay, so just barely the shot goes wide.
All right.
But yeah, so a decidedly less molten than your usual fare, but still very unfriendly bolt of energy cracks across the air and streaks right past the guy and adds yet another glowing molten hole to the wall behind him.
Sucks to be the wall.
Yeah, the wall is not doing great at the moment. It is leaking all sorts of things and crumbling in places. Basically, every missed shot has done something terrible. You guys and your incredibly collateral damage weapons. Or rather, this world and every weapon being incredibly collateral damage.
There you go.
Okay, yay, psychers! And one scared guy. Well, maybe
The scare guy's turn. Oh,
Huh?
no, he's...
It's that whole wing of dudes' turn.
Oh, okay.
I just had their squad leaders on the initiative roster. Okay, something terrifying. And just to double check, does Held in My Gaze completely prevent psychic powers, or just make them more difficult? I recall it being difficult.
Yeah, I think so. Let me find my... Where the heck will my core book
A
be?
locked target must beat the navigator in an opposed willpower test. Each time it wishes to use a psychic power or invoke the demonic presence trait.
Oh, wonderful.
If the target moves out of range or line of sight, the power ends, which would seem to work a lot differently than how we think it does.
Basically, like,
Or
say
you
they're
mean
on
other people
If somebody
moving?
else moves them, or if they're in a moving target. If they're
Yeah,
like
well-
in a vehicle.
Yeah, if they're on a vehicle or their buddies drag them away or something.
Or we put them in a cask.
Yeah,
Or you
that
put
too.
them in a cask.
But yes, opposed willpower.
Okay, so for starters, opposed willpower.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't beat that. So that guy doesn't get to manifest terrible things on Hodor. Well, probably on Zennith, but he doesn't get to do terrible things to Zennith.
So Hodor do terrible things to him.
I got pretty good willpower resistance.
Your goal is to keep him from trying to do anything to me, so punch him in the face.
Oh, you're safe. Don't worry.
You say that.
I gotcha.
Safe in arms of Holdor. Ho 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 ho.
Older Azud. No need to worry. Older will save you. Older cannot resist saving pretty lady. Ha 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 ha.
Alright, let's see if you can successfully do this. The other Psyker, the Unbound Psyker.
Unbound Psyker makes him sound like more badass than he probably is when you...
Just the fact that he can do shit. It's a very low threshold.
Just the entire term. Just like the term. Unbound Psyker. Psyker Unbound.
Technically, I think a quote Unbound Psyker is an actual thing, which this guy is not.
Yeah, right? Like, it's like a badass, like, term.
It's a non-BDSM psyker.
Well, we are in the Warhammer universe. Like, half the people dress like they're into BDSM. Especially Psykers.
Just half?
Well, most of the religious people and the assassins and the psychic people.
That's fair.
And anyone worshipping Slanesh and all Dark Eldar.
And. I mean, you don't know what looks like not any clothes to the Mechanicus. Those rooms are as kinky as it gets when you're 72% machine.
Okay, wonderful. So, this guy screeches out a terrible battle cry towards you all. And let's see what kind of distance we are looking at. Well, the captain's safe. Nobody else is.
Yay, I'm safe. Please don't make me avenge the lot of you.
So with
I probably won't take 20 damage this turn.
Yeah, so with fire streaming out of this guy's eyes and some strange kind of black ichor seeping out of his mouth, he screeches and flings his hand towards the lot of you, and a great swirling vortex of fire encompasses the area.
Okay, I come back in great whirling vortex of fire. That doesn't sound very nice.
That is because those are generally negative terms when ascribed to things that are happening to you.
Generally. Unless I'm made out of fire.
Which, unfortunately, you lack the psychic power to make yourself out of fire.
Damn.
But
Now would be
there is a power for that.
and now would be a superb time to develop it.
Oh, right. Well, guess what, everybody?
That time again.
Are we all going to be molten soon? Burning to death? I have 2 health, so I don't really want to burn to death.
Oh fuck.
There's no. Is there a save on this?
Let's see.
If I could do some backflips.
Come on, shield. Come on, shield.
Yeah, shields would be effective against this indeed. So if you have a shield, yes, there's a save on this. And technically, this is a blast thingy.
Holy shit, 15 damage? If that's the damage roll?
There's a save on it, is what you're saying.
Well, you can do your usual sort of dodges as you would towards a blast attack.
Okay. I got a fate point in my pocket.
Who's it hitting, by the way?
Everybody except the captain.
What? What kind of area is that?
What's the center of the blast here?
Really doing that?
See,
All right. So I
it
fate pointed it,
was-
and then I dodged it.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, right next to Gaius is the center of the blast. Hodor and Malcolm are on the edges of it.
Oh, it's a blast 4?
Do I have any
Yes.
cover?
So I can-
I think you technically do.
I'm pretty sure you can roll with your energy shield to deflect this.
I'm gonna roll to dodge first. 'Cause I don't want my shield overloading just yet, in case I need it.
My shield. Yay! My shield works.
Oh, lovely! Your shield does work.
Yeah, I'm gonna reroll this because I don't want to die. Oh, no. Bye.
Shit.
Micro world.
How much armor do you have?
Not enough.
Well, obviously not enough to save you completely. Just a matter of seeing where exactly we're at here.
I think I said I was back in my sand skin, so that's just 2 plus like I don't know if my skin armor would help. It doesn't help my face. Changes anything. So it's either 2 or 4.
Okay. Yeah, irrelevant in that case. Well, no.
We just started the session. You can
4
reduce damage with a fate point.
Yeah, you can do that.
As long as it's not critical, and that is a thing. How much by though? I don't think it's enough. I think I'm pretty much.
Well, you can always burn a fate point. Worst case scenario.
Quite literally burning a fate point here.
To not die.
Probably.
Let's see, where is that? Oh, okay, yep, center mass body. So yeah, let's see. That is 2 pen.
Nice. Let me see what I can do with the fate point again.
You spent 1 to reroll. I don't know how many you have in total.
2 or 3? 2, yeah, 2.
Well, you can spend the other to reduce damage.
I don't know how much by though. I can't find it.
It's a 1d5.
Well, it's the difference between me, like, getting a 10, like a 8, basically.
If you're rocking 4 armor, then you're looking at 13 coming at you.
Oh, I got a 5, so that was quite lucky at least.
Yeah, that was good. All right, let's see what happens to you.
You might not be dead, but you might be horribly scarred.
Yes.
Who cares if a sniper is scarred?
Oh no.
Yeah, you're not coming out of that fantastic.
Okay, tell me which one. Tell me what's going on.
You're getting hit with a 7 there.
Okay,
So you're not in great shape.
oh, it reduces my toughness by half.
Yeah, so half your toughness. That's your new toughness.
Indeed.
Oh.
Potentially some medical crap can be done in the future to undo that, but for the moment, half your toughness.
I now have a staggering 19 toughness.
Oh.
Okay, and you are stunned for the remainder of this combat. Unless things go abysmally for everybody else. Oh, and yes, everyone else as well. What was that? 15 damage, 2 pen.
Oh, I dodged.
Yeah, you dodged. Denev's shield did its thing.
Marcus and Gaius.
Yeah, Marcus, Gaius, and Malcolm.
Well, at least it was toughness and not agility.
Yeah, one more and that would have been pretty bad.
Oh yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah, that is half toughness, strength, and agility.
And fellowship, I think.
Is it just half fellowship? I thought it was worse than half. Oh no, it is. It is half.
Extensive scarring permanently halves the target's fellowship characteristic.
Okay, so I don't.
Oh, I
What
die
is the
inevitably.
difference between it? I was gonna say, what's the difference between where it has the strength, toughness, and agility, and permanently having fellowship? Like, does that mean nothing can be done about it?
That is my assumption there, yes. Which implies that something can be done about the other things.
Oh, that's nice. Don't worry, I'm gonna turn into Deus Ex and just have augmented limbs.
Okay, so let's see. Gaius. You don't have a shield, do you? I didn't think you successfully got a shield.
Is your mic not working again?
Is Gaius about?
He is in chat. He's talking, but his microphone
Okay.
it shows, but it's not. He isn't noise.
Damn technology.
Yeah, I can see it in the thing. It goes
Machine
green,
spirits.
but
The machine spirits are displeased.
I need to make a sacrifice, an offering.
Typing is good.
Oh, and if everybody could kindly make a toughness test.
God damn it.
Not you, Thaddeus. You're unconscious. You don't need to worry
Oh,
about it.
I passed it anyway.
Everyone.
Stole the
Me
good
too?
roll!
Okay, everybody except Deneth needs to make a toughness test.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Damn it, Dano. Fantastic.
Puffiness. I'm burning another. I'm using another fate point, and I have one left for the session.
Man, you're pretty lucky.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna use one of my fate points here.
Lucky, I failed 2 rolls and already.
Oh yeah, but you used your fate As in, that would be the luck, and you passed both of them.
Okay, I'm assuming those were Gaius's dodge and toughness, respectively.
I was considering that was the dodge reroll. I could be
Oh,
wrong.
okay.
But I assume he doesn't want to get obliterated by fire.
Okay, yeah, the dodge reroll then, and yes, dodge reroll. Frankly, going with your original intent of the fate point is probably for the best, because that avoids you taking
15 damage.
some absurd amount of damage that would put you once again back in the hospital, probably.
And with a lot less hair again.
Yeah, you'd be going pretty Deadpool at that point.
Just make Deadpool in the Warhammer universe.
And let's see, what is Gaius's agility bonus? Assuming it's at least enough to get him around the corner.
He says 42 in Discord chat.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, so it's enough for Gaius to dive behind cover behind the cask. And let's see real quick. All right, so everybody who... Oh, and one more roll from Gaius for his toughness test.
I passed mine, by the way.
Okay, good for you. Okay,
Yay.
Gaius successfully passed his. Captain, did you pass yours?
Not in the slightest.
Okay, Captain, you are blind.
Oh.
As Zennith's shield absorbs the roaring psychic fires and converts them into a blinding flash of light that streaks out towards everybody. Thaddeus, not need to be concerned because his eyelids are currently melted shut. No
I did
danger
pass
there.
it.
We really need to have a policy against clustering up like this.
Especially when, especially around the people with concussion shields.
Fortunately, none of the enemies passed their checks either. So, yeah, they're all blind. Schwarzwald's blind. Malcolm's fine. Gaius and Hodor are not blind. They successfully did not get flashbanged.
So Hodor smash.
It's Hodor's turn to smash.
Yeah, okay, so the lone guardsman tries to fire, but he's not having much luck given that he is blind. Schwarzwald is kind of staggering about there, swinging his knife around. What's going on? Why can't I see anything? Oh my god, they took my eyes finally.
Finally.
Finally seeing he expected this.
Come back to haunt me.
Apologies, Captain. I didn't want to die.
And Hodor, it's your turn.
Alright. Hodor smash. I'm going to
There's
charge
bound and
at
unbound psyker.
this guy right. Oh crap. I
can send him to the back row.
Okay.
There you go. You're good.
Don't
And
kill
then I'm
the stunned
charging.
one.
Oh wait, I have to move a certain amount to charge, so I can't charge. But I'm gonna just walk up to this guy and hit him. Is he blind right now?
He's blind and locked.
Yeah,
so I automatically
he's
just
stun
hit him.
locked and blind.
So I probably just automatically hit him. I don't need to even roll for that, do I?
Roll to see if you get like a 96 or 100.
Okay.
Just roll to see if you crit fail.
No, I don't crit fail.
Okay, yeah, so yes, you hit him. I mean, you can roll to see exactly how badly he explodes, but we
All
can
right,
pretty much guarantee that he explodes.
He takes 38 damage at pen 9.
Okay, yeah, so frankly, hit location is kind of irrelevant when you're smashing the dude with a giant crackling lightning fist as big as his most of body. Though technically you impact his left arm.
Oh.
Which, given how you're facing him, I'm assuming you backhand him?
Just backhand him with a power fist? I love it. Oh.
And
This,
that turns into,
this boy is not even
Mosquito
worthy
Girl.
of a full punch. Hold on, we'll backhand him.
That is
Bitch
the
slap.
Mosquito Girl.
Hold on, bitch slap.
So yes, the body of this locked psyker is sent spiraling off towards the ceiling, where it proceeds to adhere itself as sort of a cauterized, cindery mess on the ceiling tiles. They're gonna need to scrape him off.
Gonna have to get someone up there with a broom.
Okay, Thaddeus.
Right, that is me.
Yeah, just focus on not dying.
I'll try.
Good man. Captain. There is one dude who... Well, wait, you are blind. What exactly does
Yes, I
blind
am.
do? That's worth knowing. I'm sure that whatever blind does, it prevents you from doing much at the moment.
Two-fisted monkey style with the sword.
Yeah, the problem is the most likely person to hit is either you or Gaius, but like that.
That's a
Technically,
bad idea.
you can indeed make sword attacks, albeit at minus 30. You automatically fail all ballistic tests.
Okay, what about moving?
You can do that.
Really?
Yes.
Just
Then
somebody
I will
storming from
be
C
doing
Lab.
that
Sweet crackers and
momentarily. So there's no impediment to movement whatsoever?
None listed. Nope. You are good to move.
Well, using my daredevil-like powers of echolocation and careful placement, twice my agility modifier, so my maximum movement, yes.
I thought it was like 3 times. I don't know how much a run is. Or a sprint or
Okay, so less than twice my movement should be fine.
To get into cover behind the big rock.
Indeed. And hopefully not get flashbanged or blown up.
Actually, speaking of more flashbangs. Does Schwarzwald have... Schwarzwald does not have a shield. Okay, yeah, Schwarzwald isn't in great shape, but he's not down either. Malcolm is fine. Schwarzwald, unfortunately, does not have a shield, whereas Malcolm does. But Malcolm dodged, so there is no risk of him second flashbanging all of you.
What, does he have the same shield that we have?
Yeah, it's a pretty good shield. Shield type. Schwarzwald does not have that. He instead has more things for doing terrible stuff to people. Oh my god. Malcolm successfully rolls to hit something.
this is news.
Holy crap.
Okay, so What is his wonderful, wonderful bolt shell actually doing to an individual? Something terrible, I believe. Oh, right. Yes. The Psyker is roundly blasted down. Which at this point we can probably call this a success, given the one remaining individual is a guy with a las gun face to face with Hodor. Admittedly, some of you are wandering around blind, but otherwise you're good. And, most of Thaddeus is over there.
I think all of it is just I now have less of me than I once did.
Yeah, there is a decent percentage of Thaddeus over there by the cask. Like high 90s.
Isn't it basically my entire chest was like incinerated, slash lungs and heart?
Technically, the body area is more of like a total body sort of situation a lot of the time. But you just like
but that was the
you just sort of like had general levels of organ and muscle damage.
Right. What kind of degree burns is that roughly?
I gotta assume it's at least 3rd degree. Did they go beyond that? Probably.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think 4th degree you die.
Right.
I think 4th degree is just to the bone.
Well, you definitely inhaled a lot of vaporized yourself,
Nice.
and that's not good. You don't want to smoke yourself.
Smoking himself to get his own power.
Dude, I wonder how high that gets you.
Do not try to smoke yourself. But okay, it is probably about, a few more seconds, maybe a little less than half a minute before the captain and Marcus successfully recover their vision. So basically, the 2 rogue traders are wandering around blind. As the
Hell no,
combat
I'm
comes to
running
a
around
close.
like Daredevil blind. We've already established this, remember?
Right.
Are we gonna get Thaddeus medical attention?
Yeah, we should
It's,
probably do that.
Nah, I'm chill. Well, okay, not the best choice of words again, but I'm fine.
Well, you probably feel pretty cold.
Yeah, losing most of my nerves in my chest area.
If only you guys had a religious fanatic on the team. They get
Or would they have to
access
send them after? Oh.
Yeah, they get access to medical skills.
I thought they were best at killing people.
That too.
Can I get an autodoc implant?
I think that would technically be a medical mechandrite. So you could get a Doc Ock arm dedicated to fixing people.
Yeah, that'll work.
How many mechandrites can you have at the same time?
I don't know if they have a limit.
Really? You can just have all of them? Like a Swiss Army knife mechandrite?
And like multiples of existing mechandrites. Just have to, be able to obtain them. And I think every mechandrite type requires its own separate talent purchase.
So what you're
Maybe.
saying is I can eventually
Oh, right.
fulfill my lifelong vision of becoming a sea urchin of power and purpose?
Yes.
Warhammer is awesome.
As long as you are willing to give up general human anatomy, you can pretty much do whatever the hell you want with augments.
Yeah,
Well, through one way or another, that's basically what's happening to me.
that bipedal state was only holding me back.
You're literally turning into Darth Vader.
Yeah.
he doesn't have a burning power sword at the moment, or the weapons that literally are lightsabers that I found.
That is pretty cool.
Are they better than my sword?
No. Well, I can't recall. They're kind of impractical because they require a shitload of power.
What, lightsabers?
In Warhammer, at least.
So this is like a backpack power thing?
I can't recall if it's backpack or belt, but yes, there's a power cord connected to a doodle.
Just like the old lightsaber.
Yes.
What old in Star Wars lightsabers had?
Yeah,
They
before
used
they
to.
invented supercapacitors.
Well,
Oh, I'm playing the Old Republic and they don't have those.
Yeah,
This
the
is
Old
old,
Republic
old.
is that old.
yeah,
yeah.
older than the Old Republic.
The Old Republic's like 20,000 years old.
Yeah, older than that.
Jeez.
Although
What expanded
admittedly
universe
not,
is this?
admittedly not too much older than that, but older than that. Although, of course, none of that's true anymore, apparently.
Yeah, Disney
What?
got rid of a lot of interesting lore.
Anything's
that?
canon as long as it's profitable.
They did say it didn't happen.
Did you guys like the Star Wars movie? Have you guys seen it yet?
I have, yeah, I liked it.
Me and Alex have been arguing like at length about this. Ray is like.
I won't say anything further about it until everyone's seen it. Of course.
Has everybody seen it here?
I have not.
I'm yet to.
Okay, I won't talk about it.
But now I know there's a person on it. It's ruined.
There's also maybe a war amongst these stars.
I don't know if this counts as a spoiler, but like at some point somebody has a lightsaber.
Wow.
Dude, Anakin kills.
I'm sorry, everyone.
Anakin kills Darth Vader, man.
There may be a droid.
Too much, guys. Too much.
They may or may not be the ones that they're looking for.
Got a bad feeling about this.
You know, the bad feeling about this thing was okay in the movies, but I don't know if you ever watched the 2 Star Wars animated shows.
Do they do it all the time?
They have to say, I have a bad feeling about this for every movie, so they adhere to that convention where they have to say, I have a bad feeling about this every episode in the shows.
Oh my god.
So once an episode, someone says, I have a bad feeling about this, and it's awful.
Oh, I think that's hilarious, actually, to be honest. It's like a running joke.
Like,
At
more than
least
one
so.
season, at least. Every episode.
Has there ever been more than one in an episode?
I can't remember. I wasn't keeping track.
I think that I am going to try and recover my vision back here and let the people who can see punch things.
Alright, is it
Yes.
my turn to go?
Well, basically, I'm saying we're apart from turns at this point. Since there's only the one dude with a regular lasgun left. Well, a best quality lasgun, but a lasgun.
Okay, so I'm closest. Might as well punch him.
Yeah, by all means, punch him.
Okay. Hit 50. And then I'm going
Curse
to
flat.
hit with my power shield. Yeah, so I hit him with both. So I'm going to do the power shield first. And then whatever's left of him, if he doesn't, I'm going to hit with the power fist. Or not the power shield, but like the shield. Shield bash.
Yeah.
You're setting him up and then spiking him.
Yeah.
Right
Just-
next
just-
to the other psyker in the ceiling.
It's like that that one thing in Dragon Age where Iron Bull's like to Cassandra, oh, you did that thing where you knocked him up in the air and then sliced him down. It was badass. But instead of not slicing him down, I'm going to be launching him across the room.
Well, in this case, if you're doing a 1-2, he'd still have to be there after the 1. My assumption on what's happening here, if you're smacking him with the shield, and
I'm smacking him up in the air, and then I'm punching his body as it's flying.
Did he just put his fist through a cloud?
Or did he dodge? Because if he dodged, then the power fist still hits.
he did not dodge, so I think he gets successfully shield bashed quite hard. And then whatever's left of his body basically gets smacked right down onto the ground. Basically, there's just like kind of this meat residue, and around it, like a star, is just a head and forearms and shins.
As long as all that stays over there, I'm okay with it.
You have a shield now to protect you from splash. It works for that.
I'd rather not have to use it. Hopefully Hodor acts as a meat shield for the gore.
So yeah, with the exception of Thaddeus being partially Darth Vaderized, you are good. Now you're good.
Of course, this room is no longer secure. So about that stealing the palace thing.
Yes.
Well, hopefully they finished whatever they needed to finish down here while we were beating up Psychers.
Well, you know that's true because Hodor showed up.
Well, no, like that's just the supports for the thing.
Yeah, that's
It's not
whatever
like the
needs to go.
actual.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the support beams are certainly cut. And while Romeo, well, he didn't die valiantly, but his ship did die valiantly.
And some of its crew.
Yes, some of its crew as well. While that went down, and they went down whilst providing cover to the lighters and the heavy lifter craft as they were attaching themselves to the palace. So the palace is, shuddering, shaking, and being lifted up into the skies as this is happening.
Fantastic.
Grabbing onto things, making sure to stay on our feet. Like, save me, cask. You're my only hope. Why aren't you filled with wine?
It was filled with ship parts, remember?
And now it's filled with nothing. Because the ship parts are outlet here.
Just like my soul.
Exactly.
Okay, so roughly how far up do we have to get before we can start porting in, say, a medical team for Thaddeus and some more of our armsmen to guard these vital points of guarded needingness?
Well, that is largely a matter of basically at the moment the palace is taking fire. But the palace has void shields, just like a ship does, to protect it from things like orbital bombardment. Which also protects it against things like hostile teleportation. So right now you are being protected by the shielding systems that are preventing you from getting Thaddeus medical care.
That's fine. I don't need it. Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I'm not bleeding.
I mean,
so-
that could be a thing that we thought about ahead of time, having some medical people, just in case.
Okay, so when Thaddeus's entire body gets melted.
Yes.
Just as we planned.
Who didn't see that coming?
Take one for the team here.
It's an elaborate heist. Roll with it.
I mean, you always said you wanted to lose like 5 pounds, right?
No, I didn't.
I'm pretty sure at the very least he didn't mean the pound of flesh closest to his heart.
Yeah, or lungs.
Can lose 10 more pounds or I'll never be pretty.
Okay, if you want my lungs to be burnt to a crisp, at least replace them afterwards.
Robo lungs.
That's a thing.
You can get Robo lungs, Robo heart. Just put Robo in front of anything and get it.
Yeah, I think we went over this.
Can't get a robo dick.
Probably not, but not really much of a benefit.
I'm sure you can. I mean, it's not in the books, but I'm sure it exists.
Oh yeah.
It'll, like, your lungs will be covered in bling. Like Denim's foot.
It's an awesome plot.
Can I get like LEDs?
Probably. I mean, getting lights all over yourself in general just seems like a thing you could generally do.
Probably not something a sniper who's trying to hide wants to do.
No, but instead of LEDs, get some sort of camo-based thing. Oh, that'd be awesome. Camo skin rather than the sign skin. Actually, have my skin. Actually, we're going into bad territories.
Isn't that what sign skin is to begin with?
Basically is. But I meant literally my skin.
I mean, it does need to be taken off you.
But you are definitely going to need a bunch of bionic augments to get that toughness bonus back.
That makes sense.
Remind me what Thaddeus's title is?
It's just a flesh wound. What you mean, like my role on the ship?
Mm-hmm.
Master of Ordnance.
That is it.
All those
That's the only one
gigantic.
I wasn't sure about.
He's responsible for blowing shit up.
Yep. Blowing shit up with guns the size of skyscrapers.
Because who doesn't love skyscraper guns?
Right, so once Marcus's vision clears up, things a little spotty, but he's looking over everyone, black knife still in hand. All right. Well, not completely according to plan. I didn't plan on that part. He points the knife towards Thaddeus.
Just a flesh wound.
I mean, yeah, I was expecting Psychers to start throwing fireballs around. It's just a given, you know. Wasn't expecting Crispin over there to end up crispy.
I didn't even
The
think about
irony.
that until now.
The irony.
That is rather ironic, isn't it?
Well, I can die a saint at least.
We called you Crispin?
His last name is Crispin,
My last
Oh,
name is
Thaddeus.
Yeah.
which hence the irony. For it is great. Alright, so other than that, feels like we're in the air now. There's a decent chance we're gonna live to make it to orbit.
Hodor always lives.
Spend your money if you die.
Well, you know, dying kind of a sliding scale. I mean, there's dead and then there's, you know, really dead. Degrees, you know?
Significant look at Thaddeus here.
Oh no. He's fine. You know, I'm pretty sure there's still stuff leaking out of him over there. That means he's fine.
Let's give a thumbs up. Is there gonna be any more of those people on this ship?
Yeah, see, there's still muscle fibers functioning in his body. He's gonna be fine.
Breathing hurts. Breathing hurts a lot.
Well, that's what alcohol's for.
I don't want to put anything in my body.
Well, you need to put something in your body. There's not much of it left.
I need to put lungs in my body.
We can probably manage that.
Priorities.
I'm pretty sure there's some lung-based hors d'oeuvres downstairs if you really wanted some.
I don't think eating them will like replenish my lungs. Though it's a nice thought.
Hey! Don't worry. I know some doctors, some good magos biologists who can probably do something to help him out. If you don't mind going a little off the Inquisition's playbook as far as what's okay.
Yes, cool. I don't mind. I do want my body to be as good as new. Or even better. Probably
Whatever.
better.
Whatever. We're gonna make enough money from this whole thing that we can buy whatever Crispin over there needs. You know, whether we're getting it from the Mechanicus or Rogue Mechanicus or
Hodor thinks your twist catch blood guts probably needs some medical attention as well. He could not handle giant worm. Hodor handled.
Whatever. He's an orc. He'll be fine. Find another couple orcs, take some parts out of them, stitch them in. It works. Don't worry. We've done it before. He would have been fine if he'd been packed up for battle. We had to be all sneaky around here, so he couldn't bring the big old armor out.
Speaking of which, what would be the next steps then?
Yes, what is next step?
Well, short term, don't die in the next however long it takes us to lift the castle into orbit.
This is not hard. Hodor does not die.
Right, of course. None of us are going to die. Well, yeah, Crispin isn't going to die. He's fine. Remember.
Stop implying I'm going to die.
Do you want to stay in the cask?
I think we need to stop saying the word die so much. I think we got to switch it to something else, like hamburger time.
Schwartzel just kind of comes over, crouches beside Thaddeus, gesturing with his knife every which way. Look, the odds of you dying are so low they're barely even worth mentioning.
The odds of you having hamburger time are so low they're barely even mentioning.
It's fine. We can move on.
Most of you is still there. I'm sure your brain is fine. We can put that in whatever.
He's saying he's fine. I'm sure that means his brain is fine.
I don't want my brain to be removed from my skull. My skull to be removed from my body. If that's okay.
Don't worry. Hey. Don't worry about it. I have a great seneschal who is great at making legal arguments on what constitutes removal of a head from a body.
How do you find someone for that position?
You get into a lot of situations that cause you to ask a lot of questions, that cause you to meet a lot of people with very specific skill sets. Long story short, that hooker is fine.
Legally, she's fine.
Legally speaking, that hooker is fine.
Is hooker a legal term?
Okay, call girl. she's still alive.
Alright, about people who are alive. What about our those at the party? I wonder how they're doing, taking this whole situation.
Very
Don't know,
excitedly,
don't
I'm
really
sure.
care.
Well, there are some very important people there. I think it should be of note.
Very important people we can blackmail.
Yeah, blackmail, sell. So there's a lot of things we can do. This is pretty risky business.
Blackmail their family.
Well, that's what you get when you try to steal a palace.
Yeah, but who else is going to be able to say that? I stole a palace. What have you done?
That is
That is some bragging rights.
at least 30% of the reason why Schwarzwald would do this.
Somehow this does not surprise me at all.
So Romeo has presumably been providing some kind of escort to the ascending palace.
Yes.
And the fighters are certainly continuing to harass, though they are by no means prepared to deal with an actual starship. By which I mean the Bastard and the Zenith.
Well, you never expected an entire starship to steal your palace. Hardly ever happens.
So, largely dumbfounded by the whole ordeal, they seem to give up their chase by the time you've, reached orbit and the environmentally sealed palace is hanging in high orbit between two starcraft.
That's good. I guess that means that we can retire to the ship. Or,
Yes.
get the ships back in, get the fighters back in the ship.
Start flooding this place with armsmen to minimize any further killing.
Well, your armsmen are decidedly less well trained and equipped than the local security forces within the palace.
That's unfortunate.
And you're probably working with roughly equal numbers.
Well,
There's always murder servitors.
There are always murder servitors, indiscriminate as they may be.
why not just convince them to be on your side?
Well, here's the thing. If we really wanted to, we can get this thing out into space, or get this thing through the warp, put it into a safe-ish area, get all the people we want out with teleporters or whatever other means, and then just vent the rest of it in space.
I'm sure they'd be quite reasonable as to switch sides.
I'm
Unless
pretty,
they were like loyalists to the fucking dude.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty much for that plan as well, though, because if there's some good guardsmen out here, there's no reason to just kill men for no reason.
Do we have?
We
some
could
way of
open up
talking
fighting
to all-
pits for Hodor and the twist amusement. We
It's
can
this
open up.
far too many.
We open up fighting pits. We put old guards. We verse them versus scary mutant on ship. Big wagers. We make money. Well, money we already have in ship, but it will be fun. Improve morale. No?
I don't think so.
Ah. Other wanted to start Fight Club.
I
We're not
think
supposed to
fighting
talk
pits.
about
Did
the
you already
Fight
have-
Club.
I think fighting pits are an actual ship upgrade you can buy.
I'm not very much so into press ganging people into fighting for my entertainment, or press ganging in general.
The first rule of Fight Pit is that you do not talk about Fight Pit.
Other wishes to add fight bits to ship at next convenience.
Can't we just take this palace and mount it down on the home world and just have a nice palace and a nice royal guard with it?
Right, so like I was saying, is there like can we use our broadcasters to just overpower their radio system?
Very likely. At the very least, Schwarzwald can. He has a system that explicitly does that.
That's cool.
How do we
Usually
get one
he-
of those?
Usually he uses it to broadcast heavy metal over enemy box channels to drown out their signals in combat. But in theory, it could do the same thing for whatever it was you were intending.
He's Black Heaven? What?
He's just like Mr. Torg. Explosions, heavy metal.
Mic check.
There
Mic
you
check.
are.
Yep, you're
Okay,
good.
cool.
You're good.
Okay,
Were you not good before?
We've apparently
I was
been
not
missing
good
Witty
before. I had
Bandwidth.
so much witty commentary. It was really clever, guys. Let me
Oh,
tell you what. I assure
I-
you, it was just primo stuff.
I
Way
do
better
not,
than anything I've ever said. So
I do not remotely doubt that. Okay, yes. So for the moment, you guys are at least hanging in orbit above the planetary governor's world. The Zenith and the Bastard are there, generally speaking.
Just there.
And at the
Oh, that's weird.
moment, the air forces of the planet have backed off of you because they lack their capital ship support because you took out the capital ship on the way here.
Such
Oh,
a good
yeah.
decision.
How very convenient.
Go about that. That's funny.
So
Yeah.
yeah, let's use Schwarzwald's broadcaster to make an offer to the soldiers who are currently on the palace to switch sides basically and pacify the party guests so that we don't have to make a bigger ruckus over there.
Well, there are a number of social skill angles you can use to go with that.
I've got some social skill.
That can be based on intimidate, charm, or deception, depending on how you want to go. I believe you have people qualified in all three of those, depending on which direction works best.
Does anyone beat a 60? I can inspire you with 10.
Gaius, maybe?
Your mic is muted if you're trying to say anything.
No doubt,
Checking it
more
right
insightful
now.
commentary.
There you go.
Yep, it's working.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
just muted.
checking my sheet, seeing what I can do. Well,
I mean, charm with a +10 from the captain because she's inspiring might be better than the captain's 60.
Yeah, I think it was when we tried this before.
And I'm not sure what Hodor's strength is at the moment.
oh yeah, it will be a 64
My strength
with
is
that.
81.
That is the basis for Intimidate.
I can intimidate somebody.
He can use his strength.
Sorry, I
over
was AFK.
boss.
Who am I intimidating?
The
Everyone?
entirety of the Palace Guard forces.
We just broadcast an image of the the vaporized people all over the ceiling and the floor.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Depending on which route you want to go with how exactly you're convincing these people, what you're promising them, what you're threatening them with.
Like, we want
Et
you
cetera,
to
et
not
cetera.
be like that dust pile.
Okay. So, Brian, broadcast me. Or roll my intimidate. Okay. And I'm going to say, all right, you little sissies. Hodor is going to show you what becomes of your friends that, go against Hodor. It is not funny. And then I'm gonna pan the camera over to like all the splats on the ground and like the one that's like fused to the ceiling. And I said, this is Hodor's handiwork. Hodor is not deadliest person among crew, but he is up there. If you don't want this to happen to you, I suggest you capitulate. You will be treated fairly if you do so.
And then I kind of wander into the background and just kind of start kind of nudging one of the piles with my foot.
That was my message.
Right, I get that.
See, I just thought of a shorter version of that. Pan the camera on the guys. These men were not Hodor friends. Who want to be Hodor friend now?
Okay, we can retcon it. I can say that instead.
If you like that version better.
I do.
Did you guys have a guard radio? As I recall, you had a guard radio.
Yeah, no, we definitely have one because we definitely stole one when
Yeah.
we were impersonating guards.
Yeah, I had one.
Alright, yeah. So, the
We just
radio
don't
that
show
is
Thaddeus.
partially fused to Thaddeus's thigh bone.
No, I'm not wearing it now. I took it off. Put it on my sign skin.
Took it off and put it where?
Somewhere.
In the
Probably
extra
around the
dimensional
casks.
space where all things that are not being used go.
Right.
Probably just in the
there's
cask.
That's where guys
There's-
kept us talk for a while.
there's plenty of radios around, obviously.
Hammer
Yes, we do
space.
have an excellent supply.
I mean, the radios that survived the liquidizing of the advanced force. Well,
I'm sure at least one of them did.
I'm sure the radios on the guys who got their faces melted didn't actually melt their.
yeah, those guys are probably okay. The guys Hodor punched, The guys Gaius killed, The guys... Did Thaddeus kill anybody?
Probably, I don't know.
Those guys' radios are probably okay.
Yeah, didn't he get the first officer?
They only got ripped apart by bullets. Their radios are probably fine.
Mine's las gun.
Okay, only got ripped apart by las shots. Their radios are probably fine. It's the people who got killed by Hodor or bolt shells or plasma shots that may have been slightly less fine. Or Melta shots. Especially Melta shots.
But your point being, you can hear the Vox chat?
The point being that there are multiple Vox radios that are potentially useful. Or
So
Vox
you use
units
one of
that are
those, basically.
useful. Yes. And so yes, over the Vox channels comes the simple word of, what are your demands? Echoing throughout the room from the remaining Vox units.
Stand down any further defensive actions against us. Begin disarming and what's the word I'm looking for here? Which I'm not saying, but
Not passive.
disarming and securing the guests.
And if we do,
Then there need be no further bloodshed.
what's going to happen to my men?
If we find you cooperative and good men, there may be employment for you.
Also, they should keep in mind that their governor, their previous employer, is a traitor to the Empire.
I was about to correct you, but that's the kind of mistake Romeo would make.
And bring wine.
Oh yeah, right. Technically, the Empire is their previous. Is still their previous
That's
empire, right?
great.
It's called the Imperium, not the Empire. Which is
Imperium.
why I say that's the kind of mistake Romeo
Romeo would make. He totally would, yeah.
Romeo with a mistaken.
Very subtle mistakes in vernacular are the kind of thing Romeo would make in the situation. Alright. We will try to pacify the guests, disarm them as best we're able.
Good man.
None of us want to die here.
I'd like it very much if nobody else had to die here.
I think a lot more people are going to die here before the day is through.
Sorry, I didn't catch all that. He thinks some people are going to die what?
Before the day is through.
Hopefully not as many as would have otherwise.
We can get boarding parties on the ship once the palace is in our ship, right?
Well, not in your ship. It's too big to be in your ship, but connected to it.
We actually need to send a ship out to grab Zennith.
All right.
If you can't get teleported, Zennith and the Navigator are pretty key to going through the warp right now.
Right, so We should tell them to turn control of the void shield over to the ship. That is a thing they can do, yes?
The security forces are capable of that, yes.
Excellent. Then we
So,
can get to
yes.
the ship medical attention and we can beef up the security teams.
Yes. For the moment, the local security teams appear to be loyal to you, if only because they believe that Hodor will murder all of them if they aren't.
It's a good belief. It's a true belief.
No deception needed there.
So yes, void shield control is turned over to you. At the moment, the planetary governor doesn't seem to be in a position to make any worldwide broadcasts to contradict you. I honestly cannot recall where you left the man. I feel as if you left him in one of the secondary bedchambers.
Yep. We
He
should
is-
probably teleport him somewhere more secure.
That is a very good call.
Are we going to ensure Schwarzwald doesn't betray us?
Well, for one thing, I just teleported the only person who can open the vault to our ship.
We're in our ship now.
And I have reloaded my melting gun just in case. Just in case.
Oh, Romeo, would you have somebody get my paints ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Boy.
So what's the plan from here? Are we going to a place that isn't here so we can finish securing the palace and then figure out what we can sell to who for what?
I believe Schwarzwald said he had a location that he knew was safe.
That'd be the one. Yeah, time to reify the ship again.
Alright, so Schwarzwald's people begin the work of attaching the palace to the Zennith. They were somewhat prepared for this endeavor.
Well, with it being a fundamental point of the whole plan and all.
Mm-hmm. And he provides at least a basic chart to Zennith for the location of where you'll be dragging the palace off to.
Where we'll be driving the palace to. Oh my.
Basic.
Do
Which,
we,
of
in
course,
fact,
yes?
I was going to ask if we, in fact, had any idea about the place we're supposed to be going.
Not particularly. Schwarzwald just noted that it would be a place that is safe and out of the way, isolated, where no one will be able to bother you.
And if he just happened to have, 15 ships there waiting.
As far as your intel on the Schwarzwald dynasty is said, they likely don't have any more ships than you do.
Well, that's good.
Also, like you said, we have the governor on our ship, and we have a lot of murder servitors. So this is kind of a come at me, bro situation.
Alright, so first off, Denev, a Cynicians plus 10 test, please.
This is before my whole ritual thing.
What stage does your ritual aid in? I can't recall which stage
That is predicting the status of a warp route.
Oh, yep, that would be the stage this aids in. So plus 10 plus whatever. Was it your insanity,
Yeah,
insanity
19.
score or insanity bonus?
Insanity score, I believe. Yep.
Okay, so yeah, 10 plus whatever your insanity score is for Cynicians test, which I assume you will pass.
Alright.
Oh my, that roll.
Okay, yes, so you. Wait. Okay, yes, you're good. Like usual, you were looking to avoid a 9 there. 9s in anything related to the warp are bad.
There's a thing that happens if you get 9 successes.
Note just the number 9 coming up on your roll. If you roll a 19, a 92, a 29, doesn't matter. If a 9 comes up at all. Yeah, so Denev is totally able to ascertain the fact that this should be about a week's journey. About. For most ships, at least. What was it? The Zennith half warp journeys?
Like that. And I do have my Elseways.
Yes, the Elseways are also relevant for at least skipping the finding the Astronomicon section.
I was about to say, is that like a product of our charts, or is that a product of our ship's ability to move? Because if the magnificent bastard can't keep up, then there's no point of us going fast. We have to keep pace with them.
Well, you, in that case, are running into the same issue that the entire Imperial Navy runs into.
I mean, assuming that I thought we're both pulling the ship, right? I mean, the mansion, or is it just us right now?
Just you. It's
All right,
it's actually a
if it's
bit
just us,
dangerous to have multiples try and pull it.
Okay. Oh yeah, because I guess space would be weird and might break the cables because space. If it's just us, I say we go as fast as we can. Just give them a heads up when we do that, I guess.
You don't have a huge amount of choice in the matter. It's basically the navigator trying not to get you all killed through the warp.
I'm for not getting killed.
Yes, and it was half all warp travel time because of your fancy pants engines. So yes, with your Miloslav G616B engines, Zennith estimates she can probably get there in about 3.5 days.
Well, hopefully they won't have time to go all Lord of the Flies over in the palace in that much time.
Oh, if the Warhammer universe has taught us anything, people go Lord of the Flies in a matter of hours. And develop religions around going Lord of the Flies in, a generation or two. Let's see. I thought the Elseway chart rules were right here in the Navis Primer. Are they not?
I at least have them on my sheet.
I know it's essentially just a Forbidden Lore warp check to skip the locating the Astronomicon step. Oh, the Elseway charts are from hostile acquisitions. That would be why. Easily rectified. Okay. Okay, so make a Forbidden Lore -10 for Zennith.
Damn, I feel like I'm using up all my good rolls.
Oh, that was an exceptionally good roll. But yes, so you are able to find a hidden path through the warp to get there. An advantage that obviously Schwarzwald crew lacks because they do not have the, well, let's generously say, that's a good way to say absurdly heretical navigator.
I need his voice saying the best navigator in this sector, just on a loop in her tower. While she's drinking, it's the best thing ever.
He may not fully understand why you are the best navigator in the sector, but he definitely believes you are.
Doesn't need to know, just needs to believe.
Alright, and successfully skipping that step. Oh yes, the wonderful dance routine taking place across the vessel as you translate into the warp.
Hooray, dance routine.
And let's see. Yes, all of you make a willpower test, as is customary for a warp jump.
It is successful.
I'm good.
That is not a success.
What is it with you and failure on warp chests?
45 willpower.
I have 40 exactly.
I'm going to spend a fate point on that.
Last time I failed on a warp check, I ripped my face off.
Did you do that? That sounds right.
I carved my body with a knife.
Right, yes.
If you do that now, you might actually die.
Exactly, but it passed, so.
Well, he is in whatever Warhammer calls a back to tank.
Nice.
Because, yeah, Thaddeus is in bad shape.
Just almost minus my entire health pool. No big deal.
Yes. Very nearly dead.
I'm sure like a light breeze would take me over the edge.
Potentially, yes. On the bright side, there is at least half of the organs in your body are functioning. At least half of the organs.
I only need a small fraction of them working.
Oh my god.
That is beautiful, what just happened.
Wow.
I enjoyed that. Felt good.
Yes, I too derived extraordinary enjoyment from that. Okay.
You're
So,
really
yes,
gonna need wine.
Okay, Gaius is going to have a fun week.
Someone just sedate Gaius the entire week.
Well, a fun 3.5 days, according to Denev's estimations, because of your extraordinary warp engines.
Fun.
So is there someone on the ship whose job is just to run down and trank dart anyone who freaks out when we pass into the warp?
Not technically.
Assuming he's not freaking out himself.
I suppose maybe the Master at Arms? It depends entirely on what your definition of freakout is, and depends entirely on what he rolls. Let's see. What is your
Assume there'd be more than
willpower,
one.
Gaius? I mean, clearly Gaius failed,
Your
but
mic's muted.
knowing
Yeah, clearly Gaius is also
specifically,
being insightful again.
yes,
Like
knowing,
the degrees are relevant.
yeah, the degrees of failure, that is important.
Not working.
'30 willpower.
That's 6 degrees.
Fantastic.
6 degrees sounds like fun.
All right, roll a 1d100 plus 60, if you would, my good Lord Trajanus.
Good luck.
This is a bit unprecedented as far as penalties go, so I am quite curious to see what comes out the other side.
Not too bad.
That is beautiful.
One off, and
Oh.
you would have got it 3 times.
So all of these 9s. This is bad, yes.
Those 9s are technically irrelevant to the situation. Besides the fact that they are, terrible rolls to begin with.
Well, yes.
Oh, lovely. So, whispered dreams beguile you throughout the journey through the warp. Every night when you lay to sleep, you feel the dark gods raging through your mind. Perhaps they don't turn you, perhaps they do, but one way or another, you do gain. Let's see. Gaius does gain 5 corruption points as he feels the gods of chaos pull at his mind throughout the entire course of the journey. Various urges towards excess and disease and violence.
Be careful, you might mutate.
And good lord, that is a failure on Hodor's part, I assume? Of 2 degrees?
Which still appears to be better than it could have been.
Yes, could have been much worse, but nonetheless, that does appear to be a failure on Hodor's part. If I could receive a 1d100 plus 20 from Hodor.
Mike, you seem to be talking, but I can't hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, like I can see your mic activating web browser, but you're not saying anything.
Let's go with the original roll there.
We lost Alex.
Who did
He
we
does
lose?
not appear to be here anymore.
He dropped out of roll 20 as well.
Are people's mics just being strange tonight, or is what is this program called?
No, Alex literally isn't it?
Well, Mike's mic isn't working
Yeah, yeah.
either.
I don't know.
He lit up for a second and then it went away. Yep, flash again. Yeah, it keeps like flashing and then closing immediately.
Seems to be
Are
for
you guys
both.
using push to talk or just projecting, basically?
Yeah, I haven't had any problem with push to talk at all.
Hello?
There you go.
Yo, yes, I
Yeah.
hear you now.
Oh, okay, that's weird. I refreshed and joined like 10 times. I guess this one did the trick.
Bizarre. Okay, this program is proving slightly less reliable than Skype.
Which is weird, because every other time it's been way more.
I can absolutely believe that.
Do I get any health back on the journey?
So I rolled a 101.
Anyone hear me?
Now we can hear
Yes,
you.
I can hear you.
Hello?
Okay.
Is this working?
Yes.
Yeah, I rolled a 101. That sounds bad.
Well, I was assuming we were just going with your original rule there.
No, well,
where
I
you
was
just-
100, but I didn't do a plus 20 there, right? Like it was.
Then
the
I
two
assume you
and-
can add the just
Oh,
add
okay,
yeah,
we can
so
add
you
18 onto that.
25.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, that's what I was working off of.
Okay.
I don't think it's actually +2 at all because when he has plus 20, it
Yeah.
says 81 plus 20, and here up there it just says 25.
Oh, so it'd be just be 45. It would be right.
Yep.
Yeah, and roll another 1d100.
Another one. Okay.
Basically to determine what your results are. Lovely. Oh. Oh well, yeah. It only lasts for the duration of the journey, I suppose.
I can afford a few corruption points. I have 0.
Yeah, no, that is not what's happening to you.
Okay.
Okay,
Literally 0.
so for the duration of the journey, so for the few days that the ship is at warp, Hodor feels terrible, plagued with sickness, fever, vomiting, aches all over. His toughness is basically reduced by 10 whilst you're at warp. So Hodor basically spends the entire journey with a mixture of the flu and terrible food poisoning. I will be right back for a moment.
Surely any kind of mutation is.
No, I grew up on like a fucking
How would that not be corruption though?
industrial world. So like I got mutated by like fumes and chemicals more so than.
Yeah, but that's still corruption, isn't it?
Not by the game system, I don't believe. It doesn't inherently bring him closer to chaos. But I will be right back.
All right, so I feel terrible. Oh no.
I bet Hodor is like such a baby when he's feeling sick. He's just like under the covers wanting to be pampered.
Hodor does not feel well. Do not mock Hodor. When he feels better, he will give you a stern talking to.
Yes, yes, a stern talking to while I'm busy keeping everyone alive. Thank you.
Sorry about that. My internet was being bad. I hope I didn't have to roll anything when I was gone.
So, does anyone know how to get blood out of everything?
I
I've had to do that quite a few times, actually.
Like walls, ceiling, bedspread, just like a friend of mine wants to know.
Well,
rather
I've heard
suspect.
rumors the Necrons have something for that. Of course, it will also eat the walls, the floor covering, everything.
Ancient Necron secret.
It's oh my god, it's a Billy Mays product.
Yeah, Alex, did you roll a willpower test for warp check stuff?
Yeah, that's what the 13's for, right?
Yeah, I rolled super good on my willpower.
That was far back out.
Yes, thank you for not going crazy.
Oh yeah, I didn't see it. Hope you find some goodies. Once I find out what's up with those people and oh, they were weird. Well, he was weird. The other one was a robot.
Wait, what
Wait,
robot?
which weird people are we talking about now? Because there's been a lot of weird people.
In the vault,
Oh, yeah.
there's the guy in the mirror. And the robot. Another. There's a lot of people in the cryo chambers. Stasis chambers. Things.
Alright, I have returned. Are people about?
Everyone.
Alright, fantastic.
Dan's just playing that in her sound up chamber.
So, oh, right. The terrible fate of Gaius. Had I revealed the terrible fate of Gaius?
No, it's a terrible fate of Gaius. I
No,
want to hear. I want to hear it.
like this.
Gaius rolled abysmally, as I recall. I'm not remembering incorrectly, right? Gaius rolled abysmally?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah,
got like
sorry.
5 corruption points.
Oh, yes. That's right. I had already noted that. Yes. So, yes, the gods of chaos raged through Gaius's mind through every day of the journey.
He was telling us how he needed to get blood out of like everything.
So, essentially, the gods of plague, cocaine and hookers, murder, and what the hell would you define Zennith as?
Basically,
Scheming.
he's
Slytherin.
just, he's just within the head of Schwarzwald for the next 3 days. What goes through Schwarzwald's head all the time.
The god of fucking with people's heads would be the fourth thing. All 4 of those are just raging through your mind through the entirety of the 3 days of your journey.
Well, travel is not a pleasant thing.
No, it's not.
You could always ask the Egyptian robot space zombies for help.
Can we? Is that a thing we can do?
I mean, you can, but the end results might not be what you want. Nothing's stopping you from flying straight towards the nearest the nearest Tyranid hive tendril and requesting assistance. Just the odds of you actually receiving assistance as opposed to murder are somewhat on the low side.
I think that's understating it a bit.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I
We
don't
just have to
know.
get them to kill the chaos people first.
I mean, just purely speaking by chaos theory, there has to be some possibility that the Tyranid wouldn't murder you.
No, I don't see the situation. And maybe there is a situation, but it's not one that we have.
The question is, I suppose, are the Tyranid at least as Tyranid as Sam Vimes is Sam Vimes?
I have very little idea who Sam Vimes is.
It's John Cena!
My internet crapped out, and the first thing I came back to was John Cena.
Oh my. You're welcome.
There's a discussion in one of the Terry Pratchett books about the nature of the universe and the nature of all possible universes, and basically the idea that there's no version of himself that he would recognize as himself who would willfully opt to murder his wife. I'll see if I can find the actual passage.
Alright, and a few tests on Zennith's part. All of which will be resounding successes.
Just have to remember what all my pluses are. So it's at least plus 15 from the Elseway charts.
Well, I at least know what you're getting from the Elseway charts and the general things of the situation. Between the Elseways and simply having basic charts to operate from, you're getting plus 25. I don't know what your skills and such are giving you in general.
Then there's a tank, I think.
Oh, yes, the tank is giving you a bonus, which I have written down here. Plus 20, so a total plus 45, unless you have something from yet another thing.
I feel like there is, just because I've seen myself give 55 on other tests like this back in the thing, so I don't remember what it's from. Though that might have just been an extra 10 from the easiness or not easiness, depending. But I can do 45 too.
Wonderful, okay. And there was a section of the chart I had never... Well, I believe I noticed it the first time we did this, but I'd been unable to find it previously. So yes, the quality of your roll does indeed affect how long your journey is. So it is in fact not 3 days, it is less than a single day of travel in the warp. Mind you, all the things I noted that happen to those who failed their willpower tests do happen, though for less than 24 hours. So the gods who embody every negative aspect of mankind do indeed rage through Gaius' mind through each and every moment of your travel, and Hodor does spend a large quantity of the journey vomiting and looking fairly pale. But the question is what you encounter on your way through the warp.
Damn, that time again.
Yes, that wonderful time again. Fortunately, you have a warpsbane hull. And yes, okay.
Keep losing.
He at least said he was
Right.
doing it.
Yeah. Just read it.
Okay, that worked. I get
Yep.
talking again. Hooray.
We can hear you again.
And I sent you a message for the choices that Zennith has to make.
Oh, do you use Skype?
Yes, I sent them on Skype.
Okay. Just so you know, you can direct message people in Discord through the top left corner.
Oh, can you? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I will just send that to you there then.
So, what's going on?
Sorry, I have to make the tough choices again.
Oh, right, for the path.
Yes, Zennith is deciding which horrors to steer you into. Lesser of two evils and all that. And in this case, deciding whether it's her or Romeo who would attempt to resist the horrors of the warp, essentially.
Yeah, that's really tough. Alright, Romeo, it's up to you.
Alright, so in that case, Romeo.
Hi.
Yes. Zennith does have to make a regular navigation check. Basically, just roll to see if you get a crit failure or not, because I'm sure you'll succeed.
I'm sorry, am I making a pilot check?
Zennith is making a navigation warp check first, although with her customary bonuses, which I believe in this case is plus 45. The odds of failure are so low as to be astronomical.
Oh, shit.
There we are.
I really wish I could have given that to Romeo.
So yes, Romeo, pilot spacecraft plus 10.
Plus 10. Amazing. Okay. I'm going to spend a fate point on that.
I was gonna say, I don't suppose I can give the captain's bonus, or is that what you were counting there?
With plus 10, that's 1 degree of success.
Okay, yes, the captain can indeed give the captain's bonus.
I didn't say the fate point. With the captain's bonus, it's 2 degrees of success. Or sorry, one and a bit degrees of success. My agility is 56.
Ah, all right.
But effectively right now it's 76.
Right. All right, so yes, you avoid being mired in the warp for several days.
Nice going, team. High five the glass on the on the tube.
Essentially, you have gotten fairly adept at decoding Zennith's mad ramblings of what means what in terms of what directions you should be trying to fly in.
We're a team to be reckoned with.
To be fair, those are some top-notch ramblings.
Oh no, it's cool. She's the rock star of the group. She can be the best navigator.
But specifically, that navigation check she made was attempting to communicate to you what the fuck you should try to do.
I mean, with a 12 point something, that's a pretty good check.
Yeah, it is entirely possible she was actually speaking English. Or, well, Low Gothic.
Crazy.
And not just random gibbering warp tongue. So yeah, it's not even an entire day before you emerge from warp with the palace in tow at Schwarzwald's coordinates.
Wow, holy shit.
One day subjective.
Thank you, thank you. No applause, please. Just give me lots of booze.
So Schwarzwald certainly has not arrived yet.
We can just kick back and stake out this area.
Indeed so.
Speaking of which, can I scan this thing with my other warp ability?
You certainly can, though the people who operate the actual scanners are capable of doing actual scanning as well.
Well, I gotta use that other power when I can. I don't use it much.
Oh, right. Well, you can certainly make use of the power. Uh, as far as your initial augury scans determine, there are no other ships in the sector. Well, no other ships in the system. And you're not detecting anything in the ways of vox transmissions or anything that would signify any kind of civilization on any of the planets here. So, for an indeterminate number of days, as far as you are aware, you are basically alone floating in the system with the palace of the planetary governor without Schwarzwald there.
You so get to gloat.
Really have a lot of time to think up good gloats.
Speaking of time, where is my wine?
Well, you know what we could do for these next few days? Take inventory.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, nice.
Both of people and of items on the palace. In the palace.
That sounds like an excellent plan. Make it so.
I'm rubbing my hands together in delight.
Oh, right. So, I don't know if all of you had seen my original message in the Skype group chat, but
Oh, look at this shit.
basically, I am laying out a general what is the category of item that you would like to try and receive from the vault? A shield, a rifle, an augmentation, that sort of thing.
Right now, I'm looking for augments to try to give to Thaddeus because I'm actually pretty okay.
Am I getting donations?
You're just. I'm concerned as a parent.
Thank you.
It's like
It
the
brings
inverted
warmth to my heart. That's
someone will
very
give you a
warm.
heart and someone will give you lungs.
What are you, 5 years old?
Is who 5?
Romeo, that is.
Shh. I think he's technically like 13 or 14.
That would explain so much.
This is integral to his character. That's why he's a greaser. He thinks he's cool. It's also why his name is Romeo, is because he was immature when he chose his name.
I
Well,
feel like since I already have a shield, I should probably go for armor.
Oh, like some sort of cool gadget. I don't know if that's a thing. Oh, actually, there are some good augmentations from psychic users. I was looking at one.
Oh.
Let me try and find it again. Can't remember what book it was in.
I mean, my problem here is that the thing I really want is different vehicles, but I don't think he's going to keep one of those in his vault.
Certainly not starship-sized vehicles, and as I noted, I am looking for merely categories, not specifics.
Got it.
I want a sniper. Mine's pretty boring. Very dull. Or at least an attachment for a sniper. At the very least.
Alright.
Yeah, probably augments or xenotech. Just general xenotech.
There certainly was a lot of that lying around.
Alright, and what was it that the captain was looking for? I know you sent me a message.
Either augments or a shield generator.
Alright, and the specifics of what you find whilst looting the vaults are things that I will determine once I have a chance to give a good combing over of books. But suffice to say, you are each able to pick one category,
Oh yeah, I suppose it's...
and I'm not getting any audio from Mike, no.
Jack, hello.
There you go.
You did it.
Yeah, I want the augment for a natural strength.
So I think augment is your category.
Yeah, I want the augment for a natural strength, if that's okay. Hello?
He was just saying that it's a category, not a specific thing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Augment. Message him. Augment.
What do you want, Gaius?
No, he went out of He's online, but he's not in the chat. And Gaius is not talking again. Chrome Master Race, clearly.
Where did he go? That was weird.
Hello?
There you are.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I want a shield, definitely. At this point, I feel like a shield would be a good plan.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, just to be sure, was that a strongly worded message or a drum solo?
Sound a bit like a drum solo.
How much XP do we get for today?
I've not been told.
I assume it's a lot.
Really? We haven't done much.
Well, we take account in last session as well.
Did we get? I thought we got XP last session.
I don't think we did.
No, I didn't particularly get any XP.
Fair enough.
Yep.
I forget when we do. Quite far away from level 3, unfortunately. Another 2k or something like that.
I just don't understand. I just don't know what kind of gear Hodor would even need at this point. I have a decent set of armor, power fist, tactical shock shield, concussive shield.
Oh, wow, that would help. Somehow I got booted out the general channel. The general channel now.
Yeah.
You missed Flint's drum solo.
Oh, that is a terrible shame.
It was awesome.
But okay, that would explain why I was met with largely silence.
No,
Alright.
I actually hated you.
Yes.
Actively ignoring you.
Everyone continues to love me, as they should, because I am the best person that is anywhere.
You are the merciful emperor.
Yes. I am the God Emperor of mankind. Anywho, what particular type of item is Gaius looking for?
A shield, he expressed.
Yeah, I'm looking for a shield.
Shield generator. Alright. And Denev. You'd started to express interest in armor. Wanted to know if that was your final answer.
I was thinking fine aged wine.
What?
Finely aged wine?
Well, yeah.
fucking equipment.
Yeah.
I was specifically
she's-
referring to equipment-based stuff here, since it is quite an
Yeah.
expensive vault. There's a lot of shit
yeah.
you guys will just be
Drugs.
selling.
Yeah,
Drugs.
probably some armor to help with the shield.
Boys.
Right.
Because dodging, I'm never going to be able to do ever in my life, except for
What
that
about
one
that?
time.
That's the most important time, though.
That is true.
What about that?
Well-
Wasn't there that hood, like some sort of hood? That was good. Things.
Well, I'd argue that potentially the best time would have been the time that would have saved her from having a metal foot.
Well, to be
Truth.
fair, I would have lost more than a foot, probably, from what Carol did.
That is true. But alright, the specifics of what you guys dredge up from the vaults I will message to you all later as I sift the books and find something pleasingly juicy. Although on the captain's part, definitively, augment or shield generator.
Shield generator.
Shield generator it is.
How much XP are we getting? Did we know?
All
Do we
of
know,
it.
Eric?
Oh, from the,
From last weekend, this week?
well, largely the same encounter from last time and this time, since it's all
Yeah.
wiping out the guards people. In this case, I believe that would be just a flat 200.
Okay.
Yes, flat 200. And let's see.
I have a quick question right now for things we can get.
Ask that question.
Is expensive a valid answer?
Depends on what you mean by expensive exactly.
Basically trying to find something that you can sell off to maybe try to increase profit factor.
Romeo, I thought of something you might want.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Power armor.
I already own power armor.
He does own pretty good power armor.
I own probably the best power armor you can get.
I thought that was armor you were looking for.
I could use a shield, but right now my armor is so good that I don't even mind not having a shield.
All right. I'm taking sound constitution 3 times.
Okay,
Like,
just take the texture ones.
my biggest problem is the things I really want are to replace like the rhino and the cutter, but we're not going to find those in the vault here. They're just too big.
Okay, I have 27 HP now.
It was a pretty big vault.
27 wounds.
Although I don't think you'd keep vehicles in it. If only we'd taken the parking lot with the palace.
But yeah, that's kind of why I'm asking about like whether or not we can just try to find items that are valuable, because I would then use like resale those and then use that to try to get vehicles.
Basically, the assumption here is that the profit factor that you're getting from this is like the rest of the vault.
Oh, never mind. Stop Constitution 2 times and dodge plus 10 one time.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Okay.
so this is just the selection of like that one specific item that you guys find that is useful to you personally.
I'm driving around a little bit, though.
Okay, cool.
Whereas the other 10 bajillion things in the vault you guys are raffling off for profit factor.
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna look for like interesting xenotech, I guess.
Okay.
Is that the session? Are we in the session now as well?
Well, we certainly don't have to. If people had to go places,
I just need a 10-minute break. That's all.
I can certainly do a 10-minute break there. Grab food from the other room and all.
That's the amount of time it takes for for Schwarzwald and them to finally catch up. Only not. It's a fast forward. It's a time skip.
Yeah, I'm into that too.
Okay. Alright, so Romeo is looking for random, the equivalent of Dungeons & Dragons wondrous item Xenotech.
Treasure table X.
Thaddeus is searching for something resembling a sniper weapon. The captain and Gaius are looking for shield generators. Zennith is looking for a suit of armor. And
Dennis having his servants look for a
Hodor
suit of armor while she drinks.
is looking for stuff that people can cram inside of his body.
Okay.
Thaddeus needs stuff crammed into his body too.
Yeah, I do. I'll find that when we get back to civilization. Or it'd be like that episode of The Simpsons where that who's the weird scientist guy? I remember his dad. He was like a zombie, and he just went around on the streets. And he just went on the streets, like just killing people and stealing their organs because they're good.
Technically, that was a Treehouse of Horror episode, so it wasn't what would count as canon. But yes, I know who you're talking about. That's Professor Fink.
Yeah.
Or Frank. Sorry, Frank. And this does seem like it would be a ship that would be rather light on the concubines. As Imperial ships go.
I mean, we are at least a little pleasure focused.
Pardon?
I said we are at least a little pleasure focused as a crew.
A bit, though thus far the general tone of command and intention of the journeys of the starship Crystal Zennith, or Crystal Blue Zennith, have been decidedly less indentured prostitutes. as compared to the average Imperial vessel, which would have several at minimum.
Trying to pick a few up.
Well, probably.
I feel like indentured prostitutes would be a good name for a rock band.
I mean, if you really want some, the governor probably had some.
The governor probably had shitloads. The governor did have shitloads. No, let's just remove any ambiguity from that statement.
Okay, so the governor had shitloads.
That's just kind of a perk of being rich and powerful in this particular universe. Frankly, that is just a spiral of depravity that I would care not to elaborate on to its full extent.
So yeah, if you feel a great need for concubines, you can pick through the governors, although you might want to keep in mind that any of them might be an assassin sent to kill him, but now willing to kill you just to get away.
Or that they have been bionically augmented for any unfathomable number of disgusting fetishes.
I didn't even thought about that.
Yeah, that is unfortunately a thing I have been forced to think about by reading about it existing.
And now you get to go digging through even more books for loot.
Fortunately, I do not believe they have a book that defines a particular loot chart for that. Of all the things they have charts for, every individual body part that you can detonate on an enemy's body, they do not have a concubine loot chart.
Then there needs to be a game with that. It's hilarious.
It's probably fatal.
There are more games of that than should exist, which is to say there are games of that.
Okay, I did not know that.
Japan exists, therefore those games exist. That's just kind of the logic of the universe.
Yeah.
I think we need to rethrow the party once everything's settled down. Let's be like, yeah, it's our party now. Just pretend that nothing happened.
And that we're not in space. Is there any gravity over there?
No, Schwartzwald just gets here and we're just partying like we were before. Only it's just us and the entire mansion. Like, what took you so long? We got through so much booze. Like, have you tried the fish? This is where genocide goes to mingle.
There are a lot of terrible people at that party.
And now they've all been arrested.
Well,
Sort
a
of.
very loose definition of arrested.
It's a citizen's arrest.
In the broadest of terms. I guess it is the equivalent. It is the only scenario in which a citizen's arrest could be applied to these sorts of people.
Well, no one else was going to do it.
I don't think anyone else is physically capable of doing it. Without, at best, being incinerated.
Yay, we're capable.
That's one of the things about being a rogue trader. Yeah, you're pretty powerful. But it's like, you need to be this powerful to be an adventurer in the Warhammer world. To be a D&D style adventurer, you need to own at least one planet. or apparently work for an Inquisitor.
Also an option, yes.
Oh, I'm going to go grab a little bit more food as I await Alex's return. But
Oh yeah, I'm back. Sorry.
oh yeah, okay. I will grab a little bit more food regardless. But once I'm back as Shelby Schwarzwald.
Yeah,
After-
I think I have a work thing to do.
After a day or two of you guys waiting there for whatever you decide you've been doing,
Hey, I'm back.
aside from okay, yeah, I'm being right back myself. Though, of course, Thaddeus, probably his activities through those few days are pretty predictable. He is being not deadified in the med bay.
Am I done with my food poisoning?
Yes, once you emerge from warp, you're good. You weren't even in warp for a full 24 hours, so you are definitely fine.
You're welcome.
Off mic
Thank
for
you.
a minute.
And Gaius eventually does stop hearing the spiritual incarnations of all the most negative traits of man whisper for him to do terrible things. Eventually, that stops. A good night's sleep, all gone. But be right back.
I'm quite wondering whether we should put up a banner for their arrival. Instead of our own little party, that's just how long it took. There's a big banner that says, "What took you so long, Schwarzwald? Welcome back."
The demons didn't get you. Congratulations, well done.
Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations.
All right. So what ended up happening with the with all the guards on the ship? I missed it. They laid down their weapons and surrendered.
That was way back. You basically intimidated them into doing what the captain
Yeah. I just don't remember the results of that.
Okay, I'm back again.
Okay.
Okay, so yes, after a couple days of you guys doing whatever it is that you believe you would be doing whilst waiting out in orbit around a desolate planet with a environmentally sealed palace in tow.
Oh, we set up a party for Schwarzwald. It's like a big banner saying, "Glad you made it. Took you long enough."
Yes, Schwarzwald does eventually appear after those 2 days. Oh, right! You guys made it here. I bet you've been here a long time. You got the best navigator in the entire expanse.
Yep, totally got a servitor recording that. She just kind of smirks at him and tilts a glass of wine his way.
Alright, so first things first. Drag that governor down here. Let's really get a good look at that vault. After that, maybe we can stick a coin in the door or something so it can't close, and then we can just kill him and maybe eat him. I don't know. Play it by ear.
Why don't we just remove the door?
Also, a few. There was a. What was it? Dunwich. What's the percentage? 3%. 3% of my crew got eaten by the floor.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, she's just like totally apathetic about it, just casual drinking.
Anywho, let's loot a vault of forbidden technology.
Holder had diarrhea.
Yeah, that'll happen. Who'd you eat?
Nothing. It was maybe some demon.
Okay. Yeah, don't eat demons. Yeah, no, that never goes over well.
Is the captain here? Maybe not.
Did say she had a work thing, quote.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was listening.
Oh, there you are.
I'm curious how the party folk were handling the 3 days, 4 days in are they literally just stuck in a party room?
Well, it's quite an expensive party room, and by the nature of the situation, they had more than enough food and water for that period.
Yeah, but it must be pretty weird for people who are like pretty high class.
High class and violent. In many
There was
cases,
less
there
than a
were
day.
Oh, is it?
Well, and then a couple more days whilst you guys were waiting
Oh,
there
that's
for
true.
Schwarzwald to appear.
Right.
Well, I
so
assume we
were
would have
good
dealt
at
with them a
taking
little bit too.
inventory. Yes, taking inventory, dealing with.
Yeah, I was just curious how they were reacting to the situation.
Not positively. Basically, there was the initial wave of pacification as the internal guard forces that you yourselves subverted moved in to, keep the party guests subdued. There was some initial bloodshed on both sides.
Curious how that woman was doing and various other folk.
I did say we sent in some of our armsmen to back up the existing troops
Well, notable.
and keep an eye on them.
Holder went for shits and giggles. He wanted to pacify.
Actually, if during this 2 days, I think Romeo is going to go and he's going to take names and notes of all the guardsmen there. Just because he wants to try to make sure they don't get swept in under this whole throwing everything in jail business that's probably going to happen when we get back to the Imperium.
Right. And let's see. Yes, there is the Rogue Inquisitor, Inquisitor Vel, seems to take a back seat to the whole thing. He doesn't put up any kind of armed resistance. There's a mishmash of criminals here and there who try to fight, but the guardsmen push them back. Mistress Tam has not been seen.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
Also not surprised.
Probably not a good thing.
The entire squad of guardsmen that attempted to pacify Magos Elkit vanished, though he has committed no further aggressive acts since.
What about that guy that was just droning on and on and on and on?
He was murdered. He was murdered by several guards then, in broad daylight.
We'll make up a good story to cover that one up.
Oh man.
There was absolutely no pretense. There was no attempt to, in any way, give the slightest convincing argument that maybe he was a threat. No, he was murdered on the spot. He was shot repeatedly.
I'm still. Yeah.
He got demon infested. There's nothing we could do.
Is
These things happen.
Is that one Mechanicus in the green robe still around?
That would be Magos Elkit, the guys you guys sent to intercept him, just kind of vanished.
Okay.
His location is known now, and he has not produced any kind of trouble for you at the moment. But the guys originally sent to actually arrest him were just never heard from again.
That's kind of impressive. Suggestions on what to do about that?
I mean, I guess I could go talk to him.
Punch him.
Talking seems good.
Order says to punch him.
Politely.
Punch him politely.
Polite punching. Hmm.
Like how Groff shakes things.
Yes.
Well, whichever direction you decide to go.
Let's just be forward. I want to talk to him. If he is going to get punched, I want to talk to him before he is punched.
Let's do that then.
Okay. You can talk to him first. I will punch him if it doesn't work out.
And is this before or after Schwarzwald arrived? Since you did have a couple days there.
Probably before.
All right.
If Romeo can have his way on it.
Schwarzwald will not then offer to help make the guy into a milkshake for you to drink.
Thanks,
That would be a
Lewis.
terrible, terrible milkshake.
It's the principle of the matter.
I was hoping for that speech in Schwarzwald's voice, though.
Okay, so yes, you know the Magos's location. Just that none of the guards sent to pacify or arrest him had ever actually returned.
Might want to send him a message first.
I've got power
Freaking
armor.
Vox.
Yeah, maybe send a servo skull to announce you. We have the servo skulls.
You do have an ass ton of those.
We know where he is, right?
Yes.
Is he in a room?
Yes. He's in an isolated chamber, apart from a lot of the other people, with the people that he brought with him.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and knock on that door.
All right. There are few moments pause before the door does indeed open.
I'm gonna walk through the doorway and then ask if he wants the door closed.
It matters little to me.
Romeo closes the door. If somebody else wants to be in here, they're welcome to be in here. But, yeah.
I'll be outside if you need me.
I'm pretty sure if he wants to kill me, he can just do it.
I'm coming. He can't do it.
No. I'm pretty sure if he wanted to kill me, he could just do it.
I'm coming right beside you.
Alright.
Done listening over earbud while checking inventories of stuff that we've gotten so far.
Yeah, Romeo's going in assuming that, like, comms are going to be jammed and that he's got guns, like, set up, tracked on him somewhere. Like, basically just that everything is definitely against him.
Theta 042.
It's been a while.
I see you have brought a friend with you. Enhanced or merely a chaotic product of the environment?
Product of good old-fashioned evolution, I'd say. He came of his own accord.
What are you here for, Theta 042?
Well, you know the situation you're in. I know the situation you're in. I know who you are. And I think it would be best for both of us if you can just leave. We don't need any bloodshed. We don't need any trouble. Just out the door.
There is no ulterior motive to this request.
Well,
If you do not leave, you will be paced by end of conversation. There is some incentive for you.
Robo just kind of like looks back at him, at Hodor, and he just like shakes his head a little. I mean, you can kind of, the dude's basically like murder server levels of melee. He's more machine than man. Dude's just
One good punch.
One good punch. He's on the dude's Mechanicus on overdrive, like crazy overdrive.
Yeah, and I'm huge. I'm just a monster. But he could look at me and be like, I don't want to risk it, especially with the intimidate roll like that.
Yes, I have no doubt of your power. You are quite strong. We have been reviewing the picked recordings across the ship of your activities.
You know, for a while I thought I actually got away.
You have fallen off our radar from one time or another, but our reach is long and our sight stretches far further than you can imagine.
But I think it goes just about as far as I dread.
It goes as far as you can fathom, certainly. as far as we designed you to fathom.
Well, I have run this through with my captain. I'm a member of a crew now. I can't just go committing mutiny. But
Of course you are. That is what you are made to be.
But when it comes to answering your question about ulterior motives, no. I just know who you are, what you can do, and I don't. You are a volatile substance in this location right now, and I think it is best for the safety of this crew to have you removed. And I believe it is best to do that with you voluntarily.
An immensely reasonable response, Theta 042.
Thank you.
I admit to be quite curious of your companion. I do not doubt that he could kill a great many of us.
You'd get him in the end, though. And it's not like you couldn't just make more of you anyway.
I flex. I pose like the Hulk Hogan.
You ripped your tank top off with your muscle.
Yeah.
He's now Aaron from Undertale. He flexes himself out of the room.
But yeah, Romeo just like he says he's pretty sure that Hodor could kill a lot of people, but the logicians will probably get him in the end.
Eventually, perhaps, yes. But he would take a great many of us with him.
It's not like you couldn't just make more of you.
I would be far more interested in how many more of him we could make.
Okay, Hodor has solution. Hodor likes the idea of a universe full of Hodors. I give you a tissue sample or a DNA sample or whatever you need. You leave us in peace.
Okay, all right. Let's not go that far.
Theta 042, you were designed to pilot craft, not negotiate. Allow the creature to speak.
With all due respect, I haven't gone by that name in a long time. You have to understand, when you're talking about Theta 042, you're talking to a ghost. The man before you is Romeo Gray.
Logician, right? Is like, what is that lore-wise?
Basically tech priests with none of the restrictions tech priests have. Willing to do anything to learn new shit.
Are they are they working for the Empire?
No.
Are they the Emperor?
No, they're actively against the Empire and want to abolish all religions. It's why Romeo isn't very faithful, because he was raised and created by the logicians.
Well, Hodor doesn't really like the Empire either. So
I mean, yeah, it's also why Romeo's only been in the Empire for like a few years, is because he was like actively heretical, I guess, for a bunch of time.
If the logicians are against the Empire, then are they not like chaos tainted? I don't understand.
No, not explicitly. They're not.
Yeah,
I thought like if you weren't with the Empire, then you're like automatically chaos tainted.
Well, the Empire considers you to be, though whether or not you actually are isn't necessarily true.
And they're also super anti-religion, and that includes like chaos religions. Like they don't worship anything, as far as I know.
That said, your captain certainly would not mind having some friends among them.
Yes, this seems like a good idea. Odor gives you tissue sample, as much as you need without maiming me or killing me. Then we go on our way, you go on your way, we leave in peace.
These are more than acceptable terms.
And sorry, one more stipulation. Romeo comes with us, and he is not bothered for the entirety of his life.
You're acting like they don't already have another 5 of me back in the ship.
Yeah, no, but we want them to leave you alone.
This is... This is potentially acceptable. We certainly will not be sending any further teams to collect Theta 042.
Of course not, I'm a broken part at this point.
You are a unique element, certainly. Theta 043, unfortunately, its brain liquefied. I would keep an eye out for similar symptoms.
Good to know.
Theta 046 and 47 were eaten by Theta 045.
He always was kind of big for his age.
Otherwise, he has been a wonderful success.
I guess you guys really did break the mold with me, huh?
You have each had your unique flaws.
Well, we're not necessarily going to send more guardsmen in here to arrest you, but if we are going to set up a deal between our ship and your organization, then we need to bring in a few more players into this. So if you excuse me, I'm going to grab some of those players.
Bring Tech Priest down here to take tissue sample from me. No offense, I prefer our own people take sample and give to you.
If you trust the incompetent flailing of the red cloth madmen, then I am certainly not one to disagree with your preferences.
Okay? Sounds good to Odor.
All right, we're gonna exit the room.
You are allowed to exit the room without any kind of hindrance.
Cool.
I'm gonna turn to him and say, what sort of tissue sample do you prefer?
There is a difference between what I would prefer and what I believe is realistic for you to acquiesce to.
What will be adequate for your needs?
A sample of every fluid that your tech priests are capable of extracting.
There is a few fluids I can extract myself. Bring me prettiest mutant girl.
Okay, all right, hotshot. You don't give away the product before the trade's even made, all right?
I would prefer a sample of brain tissue and several of your organs related to muscle and tissue growth. However, I am not certain of your survival of their removal.
Yeah, Soto does not think he could part with any of those. Fluid is good. Maybe so I do not know about brain matter or any organs.
You are hardly using it.
He's got a gift for comedy. First funny logician I've found.
Hold on, needs this. Hold on, sorry.
Oh crap, that's right. I was just looking at the battlefield. I remember Gaius' hawk got smacked out of the air.
Poor Hawk. Poor Jimmy Talon.
What was it, Jimmy Talon?
Would it possible?
Jimmy
to
Talon
give
or
it-
Ethan Hawke.
Is it possible to? Is there like is there like brain matter that's just useless?
In Hodor's case, most of it.
Maybe?
I'm googling it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it all does something.
How many vowels does Hodor really need?
Yeah, I suppose the question is, what would the Imperium consider non-essential?
I mean, I think that the real question is like right now at this point, do we want the logicians to have an army of Hodors?
Oh no, you can remove parts. You can remove parts of the brain. It's called a hemispherectomy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's noticeable in adults, though.
It is pretty noticeable. I mean, you can take parts out of the brain, but it's gonna do shit to you. You probably won't die, but it'll do shit to you.
Okay, well, I'm probably not going to give him any part of my brain or any of my organs.
Especially not a hemispherectomy. That's like half your brain.
At this point, we've pretty much found out that that doesn't really matter in his case.
I mean, quite frankly, Romeo regrets having Hodor in that room at all because why would I want the logicians to have an army of Hodors?
Yeah, it sounds like a horrible idea.
I
It sounds like the worst idea.
I got them off your back, buddy.
No, you didn't.
That was part of the deal. They're going to leave you alone now.
No, you didn't.
There's a little something called people not going with their actual agreements. Or finding loopholes.
Or they just do it anyway, and you can't find them, and they can find you, so they don't have to obey the law. It's how criminals work.
Yeah, we're pretty much criminals. We don't have to obey the law either.
Remember
Yeah,
the
they're
whole
pretty much
genocide
they're
goes
pretty
to
much
kick back and
criminals.
relax.
But so, you guys do emerge from that chamber, bringing word of this deal back to those who were not on a direct Vox transmission.
Yep. I mean, I'm gonna go find the captain and talk to the captain.
Well, so the captain is certainly informed of the whole thing, if not already through microbead transmission. Certainly now.
Right, so aside
Plus, like,
from the way he made a bunch of our people disappear, why are you just for letting him go?
Because he won't make a bunch more of our people disappear. The assumption is that we can, like, get some. There's nothing to gain from keeping him here. There's only danger by keeping him here.
Is it just our good captain who is in on this discussion, or the entirety of the whole heist crew?
Oh, everyone can be in on it.
All right.
I want to have seen an eventual Hodor army sweeping across the galaxy.
Yeah, but the problem is they're going to be a Hodor army controlled by a bunch of dudes who literally have no morals.
What?
Star Wars, the Hodor Menace.
Yes.
Attack of the Hodors.
Well, you know, technically there is a little bit of a benefit of keeping him here.
What's the little bit of a benefit?
Well, I'm not exactly sure how much money the Inquisition or the Mechanicus would give us to turn him over to them so they could pull parts of him out through other parts of him, but it would be a lot.
I don't mind that.
Don't
That's
you like
a pretty
idea?
good point. That's a pretty, that is.
Don't you like idea of Hodor army sweeping across the galaxy?
I
Not
love
at all.
the
It is
idea.
glorious. I see it in my dream.
I love the idea of a Hodor army sweeping through the galaxy. I don't like the idea of a Hodor army sweeping through the galaxy under logician control, which is the part you're always missing. It's who's the head of the army. It's not you. They will clone you with half a brain, so you just do whatever they tell them to.
Hodor
I mean,
still goes down.
he just name dropped like 7 or 8 other clones of me that also went out and acted in weird ways. The reason why I have a strange flaw is because I didn't listen. That's the flaw. The flaw is I left.
Which, as flaws go, is probably a better one to personally have than brain melting.
Yeah.
Save your breath, Romeo. He's never going to understand.
Right, Hodor. I have an idea. You want to make a bunch of Hodor copies, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think I know how we can do that. Cheap and easy.
Okay.
This can only end in tragedy.
We get a lot of hookers.
Hodor already like your plan, little man. Oh.
Then just like round the clock, Hodor babies everywhere, running all over the ship.
Hodor needs some space, Cialis.
I got a guy for that.
Why am I not surprised? So the question is what we could get for this guy worth what it's going to cost us in people to get it, to actually have control of him?
Well, I suppose that depends exactly what it was that he did to the, the planetary defense guys that we sent to go get him. Did he just incinerate them? Did he write them out of the universe? Did he make sure they were never born? These are the questions.
Well, we remember sending them, so I think they were probably born.
Yeah, I was about to say that. If we remember them, it means that they were born at some point.
Right. Did he unborn them then? Did he turn them back into fetuses right there on the floor? Primus! Look into building a weapon that can turn people into fetuses.
That sounds like exactly the kind of thing they would do.
Sounds very messy.
Yeah, but it shows people that you mean business.
And then
Certainly been doing it.
afterwards, you have like 27 years to think about how many times they screwed you.
To be fair, it is an interesting immortality prospect. Get a bit messy, but still.
And at some point, I assume you guys are going to scrounge about the vault.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
How much health did I
Yeah,
manage to
scrounging.
recover during active tanking?
Very little, possibly none,
Oh,
in such a short span of time because Zennith got you there so fast. Even with the wait for what's his name, Shore's fault to get there.
is it really that low?
Critical damage? It's pretty rough.
Damn.
But so notably, most of you guys are scrounging over the vault, possibly while discussing all of this at the same time. Schwarzwald, while picking over some of the arcane technology contained within, suddenly has his eyes go wide. And a big shit-eating smile go right across his face.
I know that look. I wish I didn't.
Hey guys!
I'm sure you'll remember that look to the end of your days.
Hey!
That's what booze is for, Lady Lord Captain.
Hi.
Yeah, the Zennith people. I think
Arcanist.
we have a little change in plans.
What's his plan?
I think we're making a small addendum to our original deal.
And that would be?
You get all of it.
What?
You
Okay.
get all of it except this. We're taking this, you get the rest.
What's this?
Hey, don't worry your pretty little cloned head about that. Point is, you get all the rest.
What is he looking at?
Can we
playing the
see?
pronoun game.
Can we see what it is?
It's some kind of device.
Can I do
Can you
Sinuses
describe
on
it?
it?
You can do a Sinusians, yes, and whatever other questions people were asking.
I said describe it.
Well, do an awareness for those who are investigating the thing.
That was a
That-
good one.
Yeah, mine is 0.2 degrees of success, but it's success.
Yep.
All right. Well, there's some blinking lights on the surface of the thing. Doesn't quite look imperial. As far as Thaddeus's eye can tell, it is distinctly xenotech. Though not of any race that he recognizes the technology of. It's certainly not Eldar.
Any warp reading off it?
You're not getting any kind of warp reading off of it, no. At least no more than you do off of any other piece of technology.
Is it small, big?
Small, fits in the palm of his hand.
All right.
He was staring at it for a few seconds before he got that look on his face.
I'm gonna
Right.
roll Xenotech here.
It could be like pointless for us, and maybe he's just like stupid, but he really likes this one thing. Maybe it's the best loot in here.
I mean, even if it's the best loot in here, I'm still kind of willing to take everything else for it. It just depends on what it is. I'm not saying I want to know what it is because I don't think it's a good trade. I just want to know what it is.
Yeah, I'm
First
curious
eraser,
what
after he takes ownership of it, he's going to erase us all and take the treasure.
Can Captain give him a +10 on that? That might make it better.
I actually, that's already 1 degree of success, but if Captain's doing +10, that'd be 2 degrees for knowledge Xenos.
Your captain always desires your success.
Oh, right. Basically, you presumably take a step back and are making little side conversation with the captain, trying to discern exactly what the hell this thing is. Like, is that Eldora? No, the side flanges aren't right. Right. Maybe Tau? No. You're not certain what Xenos race this thing belongs to, but you know you've seen similar devices among the Strixus stores that you've looted.
Okay.
It is definitely some kind of navigational computer, or at least a device that stores navigation data.
It's
Maybe.
a chart. So what you're saying is it's a chart.
Potentially a chart.
See, there's more loot there. Can't let him have that.
So I'm just gonna call it Schwarzwald and just say, where does it lead?
Zennith's just got starry eyes at this point.
Are you as crazy as I am?
I mean, if I die, I've got 7 backups to live my life, right?
Zennith is just like slowly tilting her head and kind of slowly grinning.
Have you ever heard of the Processional of the Damned?
I can't say I have, but I'd love some story time right now.
There was one rogue trader years ago. He barely spoke of it, and the members of his crew that survived, they didn't say much more. The things they encountered there were horrors beyond imagining. Schwarzwald's grin gets even bigger when he says that.
Mm-hmm.
They found ships, more ships than you could imagine. Ships long lost and ships yet to even be built.
Wait, are you saying ships yet to be built like they're from the future?
All of them orbiting a star. Mostly dead worlds. Almost no life. Oh, but so many ships. The deeper they went, the more the madness clung to them. So many of them died. They barely made it out alive. But on board one of the ships, one Imperial vessel, they found a map.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's that map.
Everything. A map of the entire expanse down to the last star. Perfectly accurate.
Wow.
Oh, sounds fun. You take that, we take both.
Zennith is basically over Schwarzwald's shoulder at this point, just staring at it.
This here, this might actually take us to that ship. One in the hundreds of thousands of vessels orbiting the mad star.
Well, we do have some experience with mad stars already. Also, if I said no, my navigator might stage a mutiny.
I mean, it's data. Can we copy it?
Oh, this thing doesn't work that way.
Of course it doesn't.
I was certainly hoping to find this here. I wasn't sure. But here it is. I certainly know where I'm heading. You guys can pawn the rest of this, and the people, too. You know, do whatever you want with them. Kill them, ransom them, whatever it is you're going to do. I have an adventure that's going to kill at least half my crew.
Well, Rogan's going to turn to the captain and just kind of shrug his shoulders and go, where I'm standing, it sounds fair.
I'm becoming overwhelmed with greed.
I'm a keep your chickens that have hatched kind of man.
A vault in the hand is worth 2 wild goose chases.
Pretty much.
Anyone can follow
Keep
a
map. Keep map. We take vote. Good deal. There's no problem.
Oh, you see, the map can potentially contain several vaults. Much
Yeah.
larger than this one.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, if you want to roll dice on it. And also, how much money do we really need?
It's not about the money.
It's about the charts.
It's about the locations in the chart. There could be places with things we can't even imagine we could get with real money. It's
Well,
beyond money.
At the moment, the matter is less necessarily that there are specific things in the charts, more that the charts are theoretically complete. You guys barely even know like 5% of the planets and stars in the Coronis Expanse.
If anyone knows Zennith at this point, maps are amazing.
Okay, so we get sort of to go show us map and give us copy.
Well, no.
I said he can't do that.
I thought the way this works is that leads to all the ships, and on the ships might be a complete copy of the system.
No.
That
is the map.
That is the complete map.
Why can't we just get them to like load it up and then we take a picture like Snapchat? Bam.
But basically, he has a map to a map.
All right.
Oh no, that's so useless. Come on.
Yeah, okay, so what I said was right. This map leads to the place that might have the map.
Yeah, like come on. It's useless.
We
Let's
can't
just take the
throw
ball.
away this opportunity.
Yeah, mad ship graveyard. Nothing can go wrong. Let's.
Don't you guys want to descend into madness?
We're all mad here anyway.
Can only go further.
Schwarzwald. You may need backup when going to retrieve this map. How about we come with?
No, then you have to split the map. Don't
Can
get
we
any.
each get half of it?
Then we each get half of the map.
No. We can just. He gets the map, and we make a copy of it. Like I don't understand why we can't make a copy of the map.
Why don't we just take
It
everything?
just doesn't work. It just doesn't work that way. Like
Well-
it's just the technology doesn't interface in the same way that you can just copy
Okay,
it.
so
It has DRM.
you make it like the hollow map, and then you take a picture of it. Boom.
This
No,
is
we have a copy.
Xenotech shit. This is Xenotech shit. It doesn't work simply.
Well, the thing he's holding is Xenotech shit, at least.
No, like okay. Once we get the map, we can take a picture of it. That's what I'm sure they have cameras, right?
But
This
that's
is
assuming
yeah,
that's
this is
assuming that
Xenotech
he's not,
stuff.
that's also assuming that he's not a dude. What? That's assuming that he wants us to have a copy of the map, which is also not necessarily the case. He wants to keep it for himself and then keep the charts to himself and then have access to all that stuff to himself so he can be vastly, vastly rich, which is cool. I get the appeal of it. It's just that the chance of all that happening, I don't think is worth I don't think I don't think.
But everything we've done so far has been a wild goose chase, has it not? I mean, we found a map to go to a planet to find
This
things.
is a wild goose chase, as far as I can tell.
I don't think it's any more wilder
That's what
than what
makes
we've
it
already
so
done.
enticing.
We went to a planet to find a map of a star system, which we went to, and that worked out pretty well.
Basically,
I don't see this being any different.
I suppose from that perspective, it's a similar situation, just with the risk reward jumped up to some of the greatest extremes on both ends you can get.
Well,
That
from what
and
he
he
said,
could be trying to leave us with a very awkward bag.
why don't we just
We still have
realistically?
to.
Can we not just take him on?
I mean, yeah, we could try to take him on. I just don't know if the map's worth it.
Oh, any maps are worth it.
Don't kill Schwarzwald. I like Schwarzwald.
I like short swords, but I like things more than the short sword. That is glorious unknown loot.
Right, so look, why don't we finish, liquidating the palace and turn that money into supplying this expedition?
He'll be gone by then. He'll be long gone.
Well, what I'm saying is that he holds off on that expedition so that we can all be better outfitted and go together and maybe have more than half of our ships survive.
He did say best navigator, right?
How would one travel though? Like the logistics. Like I don't know if you can follow people through the warp, and I'm sure it's like a one-way thing.
Yeah,
he
just keep his
has the
taillights in
chance.
sight.
I don't think that's how it works though. I think if he has the chance, he goes to the place. We would also need the chance to go to the same place. At least that's how I'm imagining how it works.
Yeah, you would essentially need something to tell you where you're going. You couldn't just follow him.
I don't suppose we could do what we did with the palace and like tow.
I think that'll be very dangerous.
Well, if it was just a matter of him voluntarily towing, he could also just voluntarily give you the necessary warp coordinate information.
So we can get a copy of this data. Haha. So yeah, I'm going to propose my plan wherein we turn the spoils of this into properly outfitting an expedition to this madness star.
I think I've got quite enough resources for that. Governor Dunwich, do the thing. Whereupon Dunwich flips a golden throne coin. Is
Two-faced shit.
Tails, sir. Tails, okay, yeah. Looks like I would probably try to kill all of you.
Unsurprising in the least.
Always knew it was a possibility.
Yeah, it is a pretty distinct possibility.
Dennis smiles, just slowly slipping into sort of half glare.
And there's always that risk for anyone who goes to the processional of the damned. You know, any ship that gets lost in the warp, someday, they say, eventually ends up there.
That's nice.
Yeah, that'll just mean we can find you.
You wonder how long it'll be before your ship gets lost there?
Much longer than yours. She just kind of smiles at him.
Maybe 10, maybe 20 years, maybe 100, maybe 1,000. But the processional doesn't care. Your ship is there somewhere in the processional, just like mine. We're all there.
Yeah, but I want quite a few more years between then and there. And if you want to jump head first in the next month, that's totally your decision, and why I think it's fair that you keep the map.
Then I'm declaring daggers at Romeo at this point, like traitor.
Well, unhappy as you're going to be with it, Zennith, I think it's the only solution that apparently works out best for most of us.
I wanted to say that Schwarzwald is a contender in the star system which you are presiding in. Just putting that out there.
So I should oppose them because we're neighbors?
It's neighbors or contenders, I would say.
You're assuming that he goes there, finds a thing, comes back, isn't killed by rogue traders because of the vast amount of information he just picked up, and then is still successful. There's a lot of hurdles to jump over between him and galactic domination as he plans. And
well, just because the chance is low doesn't mean it's not there. It's called
you're totally,
low risk.
You're totally right, but even if this is what, like a 0.01% chance of succeeding, we probably have that much wealth in this room right now. I'd rather take the guarantee than go out there and probably die.
All right, guys, I'm gonna head off. Retired.
Oh yeah, it is about that time.
We can decide what we're gonna do over the week in this Skype conversation.
And also
I
get
was gonna pout.
Yeah, and I will get you guys the specifics of the gear that you in the categories that you had noted you wanted.
Okay, awesome.
Cool.
All right.
Weird fancy pants shit that the planetary governor was keeping in his vault.
I hope I get the mod that I want. Fingers crossed.
Well, there will definitely be a mod that'll probably be something useful to you. It may even be like a special thing that's not even in the books.
Ooh. Could use some natural toughness too. Either or, I'm good.
Oh, the ways that researching, there's a way Hodor could get a natural toughness that you would love, but you don't know about yet.
Oh man. Can't wait. Can't fucking wait.
A potential reward for something else later down the line.
Like getting complete maps.
Maybe. All right. Good night, guys.
Night.
Night.
Right.
Good night.
Actually, I think I'm going to get out too.
Yeah, no problem. I will get the equipment you guys are able to locate within the vault prepared and sent off to you guys.
Sweet. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year. Oh, right. And, but mentioning again, new Deadpool trailer from Christmas.
Damn it, I still need to see that. I will do that.
It is the stuff of beauty.
Hey, yeah, I wanna shoot,
Kind of lonesome back here. Little help here.
Excuse me. Woo! Dopinder.
Pool. Dead.
Why the fancy red suit, Mr. Poole?
Oh, that's because it's Christmas Day, Dopinder. And I'm after someone on my naughty list. You're probably thinking this was a superhero movie, but that guy in the suit just turned that other guy into a fucking kebab. Surprise. This is a different kind of superhero story. To tell it right, we gotta take you back before I squeeze this ass into spandex.
Mr. Wilson, you've recently been diagnosed with terminal cancer.
We can fight this.
What if I told you we can cure you and give you abilities most men only dream of?
I'd say that you sound like an infomercial, but not a good one, like Slap Chop. More shake weighty. If I never see you again, know that I love you.
When I'm finished, your mutated cells will heal anything. But you still think we're making you a superhero. We're making you a super slave.
Oh, come on. You gonna leave me all alone here with Jose Canseco? Whatever they did to me made me totally indestructible and completely unfuckable.
You look like the inside of other people's assholes.
I didn't ask to be super, and I'm no hero. But when you find out your worst enemy is after your best girl, the time has come to be a fucking superhero.
Right up Main Street.
Hear the music.
X gon' give it to ya. Fuck, wait for you to get it on your own. X gon' deliver to ya.
We can't allow this, Deadpool.
I don't have time for your X-Men bullshit, Colossus.
Besides, nobody's getting hurt.
That guy was up there before we got here.
Knock, knock, open
I've played a lot of roles. Damsel in distress ain't one of them.
You gonna rock.
Time to make the chimmy fucking chongas.
Don't let it go.
Have you seen this man?
I never say this, but don't swallow. Shit. Did I leave the stove on?
X gon' give it to ya.
Yeah, you're way too much dude for me. That's why I brought him.
I mean, that's why I brought her? Oh, no, finish your tweet. That's fine. Just give us a second. Go get her, Tiger.
Oh, I so pity the dude who pressures her into prom sex.
X gon' give it to ya.
Wait! You may be wondering why the red suit. Well, that's so bad guys can't see me bleed. This guy's got the right idea. He wore the brown pants. Cue the music.
you